All right. Whoa. Let's bring this forward. Let me just check. Are we live? Allahu Akbar. All right. So, first and foremost, people, just going to do a quick sound check. Make sure the sound is coming through fine. Let me just one moment now. Now let me do a sound check. Just had to adjust those settings again. Sound is good. Bismillah, inna alhamdulillahi wa kafah, wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulih al-Mustafa, wa ala ibadihi alladhina irtada, wa man bihudahum ihtada, wa bi athari ahli al-Madinah iqtafa, wa ba'd, fassalamu Allahi ala al-qawm. Marhaban ya jama'a. All right. So, I'm just taking a look. Yep, it says loud and clear because I had some people say there is no sound coming through. I thought, ya salam. So, Bismillah. Wah. Right. What a day, man. What a day. And I don't know where you guys are, but it's been incredibly windy here. And, right, I don't... it gets to Wednesday now, and all of a sudden I'll have I'll have this headache, and I'll be like, what the hell? I was perfectly fine. Where did this headache come from? Is that a psychosomatic indicator? Right, so first and foremost, let me just see who we've got here. Mark, Alama Lonzetta, Ahlan wa Sahlan, people. Ibn Firnas. All right. We've got Kashif. Ahlan wa sahlan. Claire. Marhaban, as always. Got Abdul Rahim Gonzalez. All right. ¿Cómo estás, Gonzalez? All right. All the way from Jeddah. People, Jeddah. Kya baat hai. We've got Long live Trudeau. Okay, there you go. You're doing it. Assalamu alaikum. Likewise. Look at that. I love the back. Faith in America and God in Alaska. It's all in your eye what you read into things, people. So, what is going on? Right, Trudeau, we've got Moby Jazz. All right. Moby, is that the Moby with all the comical posts on Facebook, or is that a different Moby? There's somebody that used to post hilarious if that's right. So Mufti, I will be listening along the way whilst I've got connection. There you go. May Allah keep you connected. Al-Ma'mun, not the Caliph, but Al-Ma'mun nevertheless, all the way from Bangladesh. You're doing it, man. You're doing it. Right, so it's me, also known as Mobeen Ijaz. You're doing it, Mobeen. You're doing it. I did used to love some of the humorous posts in the past. Right, so, right, people, I'm going to bring up today's, let me see, session on trust the process. Kya baat hai yaar. So whilst I'm bringing that up, I'll let you guys click like and share and do your normal drill. Let me just go into the file. Right, where is it? I take it this is it. I take it that is it. It is indeed. Trust the process, people. Trust it. And following on from that, as a kind of corollary, one could say, a conclusion that follows on, is bliss is a state of mind. And I guess, I was thinking about this trust the process, right? And this poem came to my mind that ستبدي لك الأيام ما كنت جاهلا الله ويأتيك بالأخبار من لم تزود. One of the most epic poems, or it definitely has some of the most epic couplets in it of all time in Arabic, and it's from pre-Islamic Arabia. And I thought, well, and this poem has also been cited by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That's how amazing it is. And I'll talk a bit about that as well. So I thought, let's introduce, why not? Let's introduce Tarafa ibn Abd al-Bakri, the pre-Islamic poet. Why not? Bit of a story to do with him, and so we can take a look at that, inshallah. Right, now, look at this, people. In trusting the process, I saw this, I thought I have to share it. Don't be encouraged to make wine, you nutters. But grapes must be crushed to make wine. Diamonds form under pressure. Olives are pressed to release oil. Seeds grow in darkness. Whenever you feel crushed under pressure, pressed, or in darkness, you are in a powerful place of transformation. Trust the process. Kya baat hai, kya baat hai. And a very popular, oft-cited poem on the left-hand side, that kabhi arsh par, kabhi farsh par. Allah, kabhi arsh. Arsh is the throne, but symbolic of the throne of God, his dominion. But here, meaning kabhi arsh par, at times in the heavens, in the cosmos. Kabhi farsh par, at times scattered on the floor. Allah. Many way one could say that's symbolic of diamonds. The carbon having to reach us from the cosmos, then found scattered in the crust of earth amongst the rocks. Kabhi arsh par, kabhi farsh par. That kabhi unke gar, kabhi dar badar. Allah. That we are disheveled, sometimes he's saying, at the abode of maybe the beloved or whoever it is, but at such and such abode, and sometimes scattered, disheveled, nomadic. Kabhi dar badar, gham-e aashiki tera shukriya, main kahan se guzar gaya. Allah. He says, I have to thank the melancholy of love, the gham of love. As Tarafa says, وَمَا أَمْرِي عَلَيَّ لَعَمْرِي مَا أَمْرِي عَلَيَّ بِغُمَّةٍ. Ghumma is this gham, gham. In Arabic as well, ghumma, I guess, is from the same word. You could say gham as well, and ham, they say in Arabic as well. But ghumma, this problematic, or kind of like, ما أمري علي بغمة نهاري ولا ليلي علي بسرمة. He says that neither my day nor my night is an eternity for me. That I guess you got to just trust the process. Keep taking that step. Keep walking the path. Allahu Akbar. That kabhi arsh par, kabhi farsh par, kabhi unke gar, kabhi dar badar. Gham-e aashiki tera shukriya, main kahan se guzar gaya. Allah, Allah. So, what is going on? Let's take a look at some of these comments. Right, so people asking, Salam from Jakarta. All right. Live sessions are always the highlight of my week. Vah. Alfian, may Allah bless you and keep you smiling. Ameen. I dearly appreciate that. Daniel Mahmoud. Doing it, Daniel. Danny, all right. Danny boy, you're doing it. Mufti, you're doing it. Thank you for all that you're inspiring future generations, bringing reason back to religion. Allah, may the Lord forgive me. May He forgive me. It is only the Lord who can do that, I guess. It is, it's interesting, the whole. You see, we're in a day and age, and in fact, today's lesson is centered on that. The reason being is I was asked by actually just in this 1 week, 2 people, and one at some elaborate detail. I was having a perspective session, and in it, I was asked about this verse, and where Allah is speaking of gratitude, and there's about punishment, and there's about reward, and the person asked a question about, look, how do sure, but this, what does this not just give us an image of God that is threatening us and blackmailing us and so on? And as I explained, and we went through our perspective session, I thought, you know what, let's share this during the week with the rest of you as well, because we are in an age now where people are pondering and wondering these kind of things, and they need, we all need assistance in navigating through these tumultuous kind of waters. So, right, okay, so we'll get to that. Right, okay. You've got somebody worried about a nikah. Look at this, the questions, huh? The questions. One could ask that, what are the priorities that people have? Oh, right, I think I missed a super chat. Let me go to the super chat. Sayyida F, shukran, much love for the super chat. Music has a natural existence. Classical raags are seen as notes coming directly from the divine. Is music therefore an emanation of God? I would word it differently. I would say I would agree with music, with those people who say music is what nourishes the soul. You see, in many ways, I would say and agree that in certain melody or in certain vibrational frequencies, one will encounter intimations of the divine. So it is, and when we look at the cosmos, right from, you zoom right out and you zoom right in. Okay. So even as you zoom out, you can go onto YouTube and you can type in things like the Earth's frequency and the kind of vibrational frequency, the sound that it gives off. And people arguably have something they call a God frequency, and they give them all kinds of names, but there is a certain kind of vibrational energy that can't be ignored. And you zoom right in, arguably, that right into the very core building blocks of reality. You see, Allah says, Fil afaq, that you've zoomed out into the cosmos. Wa fi anfusikum. You go right into everything as you know it. And when you go at a subatomic and a quark level, and you're going arguably deeper, one explanation is that it is simply a vibration of some form of energy that by vibrating is giving rise to existence and reality. So it's fascinating, and I think it's undeniable. So that's, yeah. And it's amazing that even when the Prophet ﷺ in the hadith is describing the receiving divine revelation, the experience is described as, in some ways, resonance of musicality and instruments, that the ringing of a bell, the vibrational frequency and tremors that causes, and that's in Sahih Bukhari. So you've got, it's undeniable. And so many people in the past would heal through therapy, and so through music therapy. And you had what they call the maristans, which were the classical Muslim medieval hospitals, and there were certain amongst them that practiced musical therapy. So they cured people with that, and that goes right back to the Greek tradition, with Plato speaking about some music which heals and some music which could be dangerous, he argues. So yeah, and then there are some people who feel that music is haram, and if that's a view, they follow their scholars who say that they have some evidence to say that, from some textual evidence. Both sides have very clear evidences. So people who feel it's haram, don't listen to it. It's my advice would be that people who, this isn't about converting people or trying to win people over to an argument. What this simply is stating that this is for those people who follow that perspective. Other people who feel that no, music is haram for me, in my worldview, this is from the devil, let's say, then sure. But I do find it strange. I can't remember now. I don't really watch much Islamic lectures by people and stuff. I'm not saying that in a kind of self-conceited or arrogant way. I'm just saying because often I don't know, maybe I don't find them as refreshing as I would seek. So, and I do listen to occasionally different people, so maybe some in Arabic, and I'll listen to certain people unquestionably. Occasionally, if I get a chance, I will listen to some of Javed Ghamdi Saab stuff and other people's as well. But I can't remember. There was somebody sent me a clip, and in it there was I can't remember. It starts, and there's some music in the background. Not that this is an issue for me, and those people who find it fine. But it began with some music in the background, and then it said that, like as a disclaimer, that the music, there were no instruments used to produce this whatever it was, this beat. But this was produced through, what do we call it? I've forgotten now. But it was produced through just I've forgotten the term for it, the musical term, when somebody just produces it with their mouth. So they kind of like, not beatboxing, but kind of just, they're making the instrumental sounds just through their mouth, not using an instrument. And it was very good. It seemed very digital. I mean, I was like, oh, okay, wow, that's impressive. So one side of me was like, oh, okay, that seemed really instrumental and seemed, but the other side of me was then, okay, so you see, so that's fine then. But is this not in many ways? So if it serves the same purpose, one question would be that what does God have against strings? And what does God have against simple, exercises of, I don't know, whether it's going to be pressing or blowing into a flute or, um, you see, because if you believe, you see, to me, either you believe that music is not haram, and then that's fine. You are with those ulama that have written that music is not haram. Fair enough. Whether people think you're right or wrong, but you're with those ulama, and they have this basis in Islam for that. So there's a hadith, for example, the Prophet ﷺ heard music. He didn't condemn it. There's many, Shawkani as an entire category, complete of many of the Salaf all listening to music, having many of their servants perform musical instruments for them. And this coming right down through the schools of, including the different madhabs, and you have Maliki fiqh and different people highlighting. And there's a diverse view, of course. But okay, so you have these ulama that say that it's not haram, including Shawkani at the end, by the way, concludes it's not haram. So sure, so you've got these people, Ibn Hazm and Nabulusi, all these great scholars. Or you've got the view that it is haram. So you feel it's haram. Okay, fine. I respect that. And that's your devotion to God. But then if you're going to say, but I'm going to listen to music and I'm going to condemn music, but this music simulation is okay because I've kind of beat the system and made it using digital or using my mouth. I've managed to, simulate musical echoes and so as to almost trick people, even though you're not trying to trick, but so as to trick someone that they couldn't actually tell. Then you see, the question is, well, what is it that God was actually prohibiting in that perspective? Was he prohibiting simply stroking a string? Was that what he was prohibiting? Was he simply prohibiting blowing into a flute, the actual act of, of aspiration and exhaling? Is that what God was? What is it that he was actually after? Because if the Sharia has maqasid, it has objectives. And this is why Imam Malik was so against this passionately, this ibtalul hiyal, because he said this is like then infantilizing God. Like it's like you're trying to trick God. Like you're saying, you don't want me to do this, so I'm going to do it like this. So either you just don't believe it's haram. So you say, look, fine, God doesn't, surely this is not what God means. And he had other objectives, and this is what those objectives are. And, God doesn't have anything since there is vibration in existence. In fact, existence only exists because of vibrational frequency. Otherwise, we couldn't exist. So why would God have anything against that? And fine, you're in that camp. Or you're against it and you just declare it haram. But I don't see trying to a loophole modus operandi is it's very I don't know, to me, and people may be fine with it, but this is why Imam Malik and these people, they saw this as infantilizing God, that you're treating God like a child, like you think you can trick him. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. But may Allah make it easier. I get it. People are going through their own journeys, but I think at time one needs to introspect and look within and think that, you know, how is my relationship and what am I doing? All right. So, right. Sorry. I think I've missed a few comments here. Amin, ahlan wa sahlan, shukran for the super chat. Why does Allah mention death before life in Surah Mulk? Allah. All right, good question. تبارك الذي سورة ملك الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا. Okay. So الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا. Now, I guess there's many ways to look at this. One way is that I suppose from a standard viewpoint of Islam, once we come out of non-existence, I guess we never truly ever return to it. So Maut for us now is only, it's like a doorway. It's not a waiting room. In fact, attributed to Sayyidina Abu Bakr radiallahu anh is the poem that al-mawtu babun kullu nasi dakhilu, that death is a door everyone shall go through. And the verse in the Quran, kullu nafsin dha'iqatul maut, that the self will now only taste death. In many ways, we've kind of emerged forever, one could argue, from non-existence. So in that way, non-existence would precede existence. Because if death by extraction is non-existence and life is its very opposite, then الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم. And so that makes Allahu a'lam, but let me just see. Digital audio workshops. Right, so workstation. Okay, is that what we call the other thing? Guess it's a duff. Oh no, this is it. What is it? Acapella? Acapella? Don't know how to. That's probably the Spanish acapella. Or maybe that is how we say it. I don't know. Spanish, the double L is a Y. So that's it. That's the term. So it's to kind of produce musical sounds very effectively, but without any instruments. Right. So taste of death is an interesting concept. Yeah, it is. It's an incredibly frightening one as well, because I take it, look, it's the unknown, isn't it? And it frightens people. Yeah. And I think in many ways there's a See, it's kind of like the fear of being still. That ultimate stillness frightens us because life, at a very fundamental level, is movement and dynamism. So if there's no dynamics, there is no life. And movement necessitates life. Okay, life necessitates movement. And so its kind of counterpart is then an ultimate stillness. And in many ways, this is what Freud was also hypothesizing with his pleasure principle and the death principle, because he said that, you see, the pleasure principle is what stirs us up, and we're constantly in this kind of this noise, this kind of chaotic, this chaos within us, and we want it to be still. We want to still it and quieten it down. But for it to be quiet is ultimately the death principle. So it's as though a person, in many ways, is confoundingly between these two, that he is, he's trying to fulfill these desires, but at the same time wants to get rid of them, but simultaneously doesn't want to get rid of them. You see, it's not just wanting, but wanting to want is the important thing. Sometimes it's not even, it's just the desire to want. Those of you that are familiar with Lacanian psychoanalysis, Lacan, this was one of his kind of things he expanded on, that it's this desire that kind of drives us. And it's not even sometimes the object. The object could be something very harmful. You see, we could desire something that we don't like. And that's often at the ground of many addictions, gambling, many kind of addictions, drugs, self-harm. People, they can be driven to pursue something addictively that they don't actually like. In fact, they may dislike it strongly, but they still, because that's how the pathways work. There is a distinction between the wanting of something and the liking of something, and at times they overlap. And this is what Lacan meant by, he used the term jouissance, and this was often difficult to translate into English, because they kind of said pleasure, but it wasn't. See, pleasure doesn't quite, because pleasure is often liked, but this wasn't about that. And I always thought that, the Arabic way to translate it would be easier, that shahwa, that there is a kind of, this desire that you will then pursue because it's a want, but it doesn't have to be something that is liked. And there's been studies, by the way, so they've had very famous studies where they'll get rats or mice and program them with certain receptors into their brain to and associate the stimulus of getting a shock. Like when they touch this thing, this rod, let's say, they get a shock, but it triggers that dopaminergic pathway to kind of want. So they keep doing it, and some till death, because they just want that kick. They don't, it's past that point of, obviously in them, I mean, rats are not rationalizing it anyway, but even humans, it's beyond that rationality then. It's now, it's that that dopaminergic kick that it doesn't matter. it's it's shocking as a mechanism, because in many ways this is that kind of the nafs having down spiraled. But let's move on. Right, okay. Mufti, I fantasize living a rich, wealthy, material life. But I feel like in today's capitalist system, one must bring down others poor to become rich. Allah. Kya baat hai, huh? As Mutanabbi says, he says, Bidha qadatil ayyamu ma bayna ahliha. That this is how fate has dictated itself. Masa'ibu qawmin 'inda qawmin fawaid. Allah. The calamities of one people are the benefits of another. You see, it's how the world kind of rolls, if you like. But yeah. Ghazi Abdul Rahim, shukran, much love for the super. Subhanallah, keep up the good work. Shukran, may Allah bless you. Yeah, so I'm not sure I agree so much with that, IC Saracen, that I'm not so sure I agree with that. In saying that one can only become rich by exploiting people. I don't think so. I think one can become rich. It's not actually that difficult to generate multiple streams of income. It does take, some thinking and a bit of energy out the box, but it's not actually, and I don't believe that they are necessarily exploitative. In fact, most startups today, if you just go online and watch people's startups, I think it'd be very difficult to point out exploitative startups. People are just, I think in many ways, as the world is expanding with people, and more of the haves are, let's say, expanding, people with money to spend, it's self-feeding the economy. So for example, if you have something to sell, there will be somebody that wants to buy it. It's as simple as that. And one question could have been, well, how do you get in touch with these people? Well, today, for that, there's the internet. So, and I think NFTs are a very good case study example to show that, to demonstrate and instantiate that if you have something to sell, somebody somewhere wants to buy it. As crazy as that sounds. I mean, who the hell would have believed that? I think as a case study, NFTs, don't get me wrong, it's hyperinflated, but you could, for example, somebody could go to Alibaba or some of these other express websites, buy a bunch of stuff really cheap, have them shipped to Amazon, have Amazon distribute them, take a cut. That could be something. They could be online. They could be, I don't know, typing. They could be doing other things. They could be right. So people could be doing so many. You see, if you have something you can provide, there will be somebody that wants it. If you can offer your time, somebody will want your time. There's everything. I mean, you can offer a skill, you can offer it's just thinking, that's all. I don't believe it's exploitative at all. I think that, yes, there are people who exploit, but I don't feel most startups, for example, are exploitative. What's going on? Is it addiction when there's harm and good habit if it brings good, or is that too reductive? Sure. I mean, I don't think. I mean, there's, a rose by any other name would still smell as sweet. It's, uh, if it's a positive addiction, like going to the gym is an addiction, but it's a positive one. So I don't think there's anything wrong in that. Okay. Mhm. Right. Okay. What's this about cryptocurrency going on? Let's see. Get Binance card. I don't think Binance are not issuing their card to the UK. Though they've had a fallout with the UK. But other places do. Crypto.com, there's a card amongst other places. Crypto.com has a nice metallic card, actually. I would have shown it to you. It's downstairs. But it's they yeah. Bitcoin is not legalized, but you can't use it. I don't know. I think people would accept Bitcoin as well. It's obviously not. I think Venezuela has accepted it as legal tender, I believe. But even though it's not traditional legal tender, but you can clearly buy with cryptocurrency. Clearly, you can buy with it. You can buy so many places. So, for example, online, you can buy cards. You can buy so you could buy Amazon, Tesco, whatever. You could buy these cards from the actual exchanges like Binance, and you can use them. You can actually use the actual card, and there are people who would accept actual Bitcoin. I'm sure. If I was selling something and somebody offered me Bitcoin, I would take it, definitely. So like that, there's many people that would accept that as well. But it is in its infancy. Let's move on. Right. Oh, you know what? I didn't cover this last week and it's still here, so why not? Check this out. This is Jaun Elia. साल हा साल और एक लम्हा कोई भी तो ना इनमें बल आया. See, none of them seem to have. So what he's saying is that sal, which is a year or even a moment, that none of these seem to have, like, whether it's going to be folded or, like, meaning that time, you see. And his first couplet is quite it's setting a landscape, and then the second one is an absolute paradox. He says, खुद ही एक दर पे मैंने दस्तक दी, खुद ही लड़का सा मैं निकल आया. What on earth is he even saying here? That he begins by highlighting that time, that you can't grasp it, you can't manipulate it, you can't, in many ways, it's kind of independent of you. But yet you're still a prisoner of it. And it is something that is experienced subjectively. Sometimes when you're waiting for something, a few minutes feel like hours. And you could be having the time of your life, and hours feel like minutes. And when one looks back to the past, it feels like it was only yesterday. Let's say 10 years ago, 15 years ago. That he says, साल हा साल और एक लम्हा कोई भी तो ना इनमें बल आया, खुद ही एक दर पे मैंने दस्तक दी, खुद ही लड़का सा मैं निकल आया. That I knocked on this door. I guess one could say the door of existence, the door of self-knowledge, the door of reality. I knocked on this door. मैंने खुद, him saying himself, that Khud hi ek dar pe maine dastak di, that I knocked on, I got to this door, this existential door. I knocked on it. Khud hi main ek ladka sa nikal aaya. And it was just a young boy who is me that opened the door. Allah. What does that even mean? That when we find, maybe when one comes face to face with existential reality, and he arrives at this doorway, because there's something behind a door, only to find that maybe it was you all along. But maybe in a simpler, happier way, free from the sorrows of and complexities of existence, a child, yet you. Maybe in some ways it has been inseparable from you, and you have been inseparable from it. There's so much that what this could mean, and maybe means nothing. It's like, what does he even mean here? Saal ha saal aur ek lamha, koi to na inme bal aaya. Khud hi ek dar pe maine dastak di. Khud hi ladka sa main nikal aaya. Incredibly profound. Yeah, I saw that and I thought, whoa, let me share that. And sometimes poetry can do that to people. All right, so let's take a look. Right, what is going on? Unless chronism, right, I don't know. Right, so actually, let me bring up, if I can, that is, let me try to find. There was all right. I did have a video. Somebody had sent a video. Where is it? Did I put it in here in the pictures section, or did I? I found somebody had sent me a video of one of my teachers, Shaykh Abdullah al-Mantiqi sahib. And I thought, you know what? I have to share this with you guys. Where did I put it? Okay, so I think this is it. Let's see.
Assalamualaikum Hazrat.
Waalaikumsalam.
थोड़ा सा तलबा को
करीब हो जाओ ना,
Guys,
दूर आवाज कहाँ पहुंची है?
I don't know if you guys can hear it, because I take it you should be able to. Can I hear it? I don't think I can hear it. 1 second. Let me just go into audio. Right. Where is it? So, just 1 second. Let's try to connect. see if I can connect to that. Okay, I think that's connected. Let me come back. Yep. All right, so
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम तमाम फुज़ला जामिया बिनूरिया अल आलमिया को अस्सलाम वालेकुम व रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातुहू। हम अभी तक जामिया बिनूरिया में हयात अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
he's saying he's still alive in Jamia Binoria up until now. This was by the way, so we'll just come to his message. This is Maulana Shaykh Abdullah al-Mantiqi, they would call him. He was incredibly passionate about mantiq, about logic. So he had the name al-Mantiqi. Or sometimes Abdullah al-Hazarvi, he was from a part of Pakistan, Hazara. And he taught us Sahih Muslim. Okay. And he was, I have to say, he left an indelible mark in on us all. Every single person who took his class can never forget him. I would read Sahih Muslim in his class, and he was just so animated, and I'll speak about him in a moment. And but let's go. This was just a short clip. Somebody sent it the other day, and he's just speaking, saying a general message.
यादें तो सताती है, वक्तन फ़ौक्तन लोगों से पूछते भी हैं कि इनकी क्या हाल है, लेकिन आप डॉलर की सैलाब में इरकाब है, हम आपको याद नहीं है। बहरहाल आप जहाँ भी हो इस्लाम की खिदमत करें और दीन की खिदमत करें, अपनी मादरी इल्मी को याद रखें कि इनके साथ ताउन भी करें। मुफ्ती साहब रहमुल्लाह दुनिया से तशरीफ़ ले गए, अब इनके साहिबजादों के साथ अखलाक़न आपको ताउन करना लाजिम है, जामिया के साथ ताउन करना लाजिम है। अल्लाह पाक हम सब का हामी और नासिर हो। अस्सलाम वालेकुम व रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातुहू।
Allah. Let me tell you something about Abdullah Mantiqi. You know, honestly, this man is an absolute legend. He's one of these people that in his class, it would be, for many people, a potential nightmare, okay, going through his class. But once they've been through it, it will be the most, reminiscent. It will be what they will, whenever they look back in nostalgia, they'll always see his class. He was so animated, so just full of life, and so he was funny. He was, I don't know if he was trying to be funny, but he was hilarious at times. He was so passionate, and he had he spoke his mind. Like, he wasn't concerned about political correctness. He wasn't concerned about filters. He just no filter. Back then, it was a different day and age back then. We're talking like the early 2000s. So about 20 years ago, we're talking. So, and he looks just as young. Honestly, he looks just as young. So this is exactly what he looked like back then. He had that kind of orangey kind. Then I don't know. Now it seems to be less orange, but he had like more of an orangey beard then, the Mendi style. And he used to wear that hat. And he used to sit there and he'd go, "Hey, Baba." That was his kind of catchphrase. And he would just start the class, and he had these strange, and he would begin it in Arabic, and he wanted you to memorize the Arabic that he said it verbatim. So if he's going to say, he reads Sahih Muslim, let's say I read the text. Now he would then begin his commentary. He'd say, let's hypothetically, اختلفت الفقهاء في هذا الباب فذهب منهم الإمام أبو حنيفة إلى هذا القول وقال كذا وكذا وخالفه في ذلك الإمام مالك والشافعي وقال سفيان الثوري أن المسألة كذا وكذا وبنى مذهبه على دليل كذا وكذا. This now, so let's say he's speaking like this. He's telling you all these people disagreed, and he said this, and Malik said this, and Sufyan al-Thawri said this, and you're just listening. And then he would want you to, the next day, repeat it to him, but not just the content, verbatim. So if he said, and Sufyan, you have to say, and Sufyan. If he said, however, Ishaq, you have to say, however. It was like, whoa, what is that? He was crazy, honestly. I remember he he was once teaching his class, and he would do it in Arabic. So he's speaking away, and our class, Dawratul Hadith. So the way it worked is you had your alim course, which was to become a scholar. You studied the books, and the foreigners section was segregated. It was separate to the home section. And the final year, where you study the major books of hadith, was combined. So it was the foreigners and the home students all together in a larger. So as an example, in our foreign section, in our class, were probably about 10, 12 students. That's it. When you come to the foreign section, we were like 85 students. Okay, so you can imagine it was us, and then all of the home students. So some of them, their Arabic was often weak, because the foreigners, our section, was taught entirely in Arabic, because people were from all over the world. Some people from the UK, America, Europe, Africa, Middle East, Asia, as in Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia. So the way it worked was they would just teach in Arabic. Now, for the home students, what they called the Mulki Shoba, they would teach them in Urdu. So when it came to Dawratul Hadith, initially the teachers began all teaching in Arabic, but it was too difficult for a lot of the local students. So they couldn't kind of grasp it, because they weren't used to that. But some of the teachers, so a lot of the teachers kind of stopped doing it, and some of them continued. And Shaykh Abdullah al-Mantiqi Sahab, he continued. So he would do a certain amount in Arabic, and then he'll do the rest in Urdu. He'd explain it. So he was once he was teaching away, and he's saying it in Arabic, and وقال الإمام كذا واستدل بهذه الآية وذهب في تفسير قول الله تعالى إلى القول كذا I don't know, وأيد كلامه بهذه الدلائل, and he's talking and talking. And then he realizes some of the guys are just lost, and he goes, "Hey Baba," he goes, "Tum kya soch rahe ho? Like, what are you thinking? Ke Arabi jhar raha hai." That he's trying to impress us with his Arabic. Like he's trying to like, really overdo it. He goes, this is what you're thinking. He goes, well, he goes, if I don't try to impress you with my Arabic, he goes, to kya bus conductor ko ke samne Arabi jharunga. And his lessons were always so full of energy, honestly. Amazing stuff. And when he would turn, oh my God, he would really tear into some of the students as well, really rip into them. And this is what I mean. He had like no filter, and it was like he would just rinse them. If he was going to rinse, this is obviously in a non-political correctness era, and it was just hilarious, honestly. It was something else, and you couldn't, in a way, you couldn't get enough of his class. And I remember once he was teaching his class. He was teaching Sahih Muslim, and he was a very kind of like a man's man, very kind of, he wasn't soft or didn't have that tender side to him on display, at least. And I remember once he was teaching, and he begins and he starts the madhab, taswir al-madhahib, he would call it, the allocation of the schools of thought, that Imam Malik said this and he said this and he replied to this chapter heading with this, and he starts doing taswir al-madhahib. And then just as he's talking, he goes, "Hey Baba." he goes that jab hum chote the, that we had loads of friends, and some of them, like when we were young, went off and became engineers, and some became maybe professionals and doctors, and some businessmen, and some traveled to Saudi, and some did all sorts. And then he says, he kind of looks at the book Sahih Muslim, and he says, but this, what we have, betaj badshai hai, betaj badshai. He said it's an uncrowned kingship. Allah, honestly, the man was fire in his, he was amazing. And I used to love having this kind of, like, sometimes we all did this little banter. You could slightly provoke him. You had to be wary, because he would like, oh, it would be like thunderbolts coming down at you. And so, yeah, amazing stuff. And he would do all these things, like he'd put people on the spot. I remember he would sometimes, because you had to be paying attention in his class. So he'd like sit up. He'd have this kind of like a raised kind of platform that he would sit on, slightly raised, and he would be like, whilst somebody, like, let's say I'm reading the text and people are following, you're meant to be following the lesson. So he'd be kind of looking like this. And if he saw anybody not looking at the text, like looking about somewhere, he'd go, hey ladke. He'd be like, khada ho ja, stand up. And then he would say to them, kidhar dekh raha tha, kidhar. Say, where were you looking? And in Arabic, he would say, ayin, like you have to. So imagine somebody just said, I was looking at, no. He would say, specify the student that you were looking at. And you'd be like, huh? Like, let's say, I mean, this never happened to me ever, thank God. But he would say, specify. So the student would have to specify, and say, like, him. And then he would be like, look, he'd be like, ask him, why was he looking at you? And it would just be such a, honestly, oh my God, it was hilarious. He just brought this energy to the class, that he brought it to life. Yeah, he was something, honestly, something. Everybody admired him. I mean, they were absolutely petrified of him in a way, but he really loved his, and he had this deep, profound love for the study of hadith, in the sense that it went back, that he was teaching something sacred to do with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And he would often cite, like, how Imam Malik, when he sat for hadith, he would kind of wear fresh clothes and bathe and perfume, and he would not be disturbed. And it's not about those actions, but that sentiment. And he said that he would never miss a single lesson of teaching hadith, that no matter what the calamity. And on an occasion, may Allah make it easy for him, and on an occasion, his son died, or his child, I believe it was his son. This was before our time, but he still came into class and read a tiny amount and then went. This was his devotion to God, by serving a science that connects him to the Prophet of God, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And it was this devotion, it spoke volumes, and so he had that kind of, if you want to call it banter or humor, he had that kind of charm, he had that, he was extra animated as a character, and he would kind of like jump up suddenly, and he would do all these kind of things, but he had this deep, profound devotion. And this is what really was so hard hitting, because where you had this side to him. And I remember it's a different time, you see, and I hope, but in Pakistan, so for example, people were allowed to, people are allowed to be licensed carrying weapons. And I'm sure he does it now, but at that time, there was this one time he came to class, and his shirt, kameez, had got ripped. Like he was on the motorbike and it kind of ripped his kameez. So as he came in, he said, like, he was sitting down, he was talking, and he said, "Oh, look, this has got ripped." And one of the students was a tailor, used to operate within the school. So he said, "Maulana Sahab, I'll get it stitched up for you." So he said, "Could you?" He said, "Yes." So he kind of takes his shirt off. Yeah. So as he takes his shirt off, he takes this gun out and he puts it in front. And then he takes his shirt off and he hands, and then he realizes, oh my God, like, what am I doing? Like, everybody's like, huh? And he goes, "Hey, ladke," he goes, "this Karachi, khatarnak ho gaya hai Karachi." He says, "Karachi has become dangerous." And he says, "A lot of people are snatching motorbikes. And if they come to snatch my motorbike," he goes, "Baba, main to de dunga. I'll give them my motorbike." Because piche se goli marunga. So I'll shoot them right from the back. He was honestly a loving person, honestly. There was this time he came in once, and I'll wrap it with this. He came in once. He opened the dars, and it was a hadith. I think it's of Mu'adh ibn Jabal, I believe, radiallahu anh, that it's in Sahih Muslim that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the companion are riding on this camel. And the Prophet says to Mu'adh that, "Do you know what are the rights of God upon man, upon people? And what are the rights that people have upon God?" And just as the person was about to speak and read, like he himself, Maulana, Abdullah Mantiqi Sahab, he was looking at the text, and he just started crying, honestly. And he just kind of like held his face, and he just kind of froze up, and everybody went pin drop silent in the class. And then he just closed it, and he couldn't, and he just went. And we were like really just kind of gobsmacked, and we were all just really, we needed to find the hadith. Like, what hadith was he? Because he just began reading it, and then he kind of went silent reading it. And the hadith was that the right of God is that they acknowledge God, that this professing La ilaha illallah, this testifying, this embracing, and that God's right is that he gives them eternal bliss. And it was so profound, wallahi, like, because he was, like he was like a man's man. He was like, one of those. He wasn't, and yeah, it was something. See, like I think of it, and it was like as if it was only yesterday, and it's been maybe some 20 years now. But may Allah bless him. Some definitely he kind of really brought it to life for us. Yeah. But that was Abdullah al-Mantiqi. We'll speak more about him maybe another day. So, yeah. Let me go to some of the super chats. I think I may have missed some. All right. Now, Ismail Akram, shukran, much love for the super chat. How do you master obstacles like desires, lust, ego, when these are things psychologically and evolutionarily built into us? Is outside sources only way to affect these things chemical substances? No, I think these things are all important. I think they're all very important. You see, these things are part and parcel of life. They wouldn't. The world wouldn't work without these things. And you say desires, but how much of the world is? How much, if you think about it, if you break it down, do we accomplish simply in pursuit of, reducibly in pursuit of certain desires? Somebody's doing all this hard work because, I don't know, they want to impress, let's say all these men doing it to impress some women and and that in and of itself may be, to people a petty, superficial manifestation, but they're not even thinking about it. But they're doing it to obtain some. I'm doing this so I could have some ease of life, or I could do this. Let me get all of these things. In order to achieve that, I need this. You see, these things are actually like the driving mechanisms to us. Without them, we would be, I think, for the most part, useless. So I don't think these things are evil things. I remember there was a clip I watched once. I can't remember what it was from. It was like on an Instagram clip from some movie, I think a Middle Eastern movie, and where the man is like a young man is saying to his mom that, like, I don't want to look at you, do hijab. And a mom doesn't need to do hijab in front of a child, by the way, in front of her son, by the way. But I'm just saying in this clip, and that shows the pathological nature of some people pathologizing religion to that extent. So she says that she kind of moves his hand and says, like, what's wrong with me? And she says that but she kind of follows in a brief conversation with him. But if this, let's say, beauty, or if it wasn't to resonate with a desire, she said, then your dad would never have found me attractive, and you would never have been born. It's like this is the cycle of life, isn't it? We work, the world goes round on these kind of desires. So I don't think they in and of themselves are evil. Okay, sure, people could use them to a wrong end, and that's a different discussion. Time is monies. Much love. Shukran for the super chat. Would you do a tour of your bookshelf? Those books in your old videos were so beautiful. Can't read Arabic, so I don't know what they were. Yes, of course, I will do that, inshallah. I love, going over things like that. Yes, of course, inshallah. Shukran for raising that. Right. Do unbelievers go to hell? How is that mercy? Why does hell exist? I'm questioning my faith. Does that mean I'm going to hell? Well, You see, in fact, today's lesson, let's answer this alongside with today's lesson of the Quran, because it ties into this discussion. Rifi Johnston, shukran, much love for the super chat, dearly appreciate. May Allah bless you. Right, I'm just checking for the super chats before I move on. Mufti, any recommendations to build our attention span and develop strong memorization? I'm thinking of undertaking a carnivore diet like Jordan Peterson. Wow. Okay, sure. I don't know if I've undertaken anything of that nature. I haven't. I find that there is a neuroplasticity that once you start doing something, the mind accommodates to it. So if you begin memorizing, you get easier, and it becomes easier and easier for you. So there is a neuroplasticity, and it's true that because in the West now, and with the proliferation of information, the mass proliferation of information, we don't need to memorize as much. So people seem to have become weaker in their ability to do so. But if you trained yourself, you will be able to improve, inshallah. Is life, according to Islam, a test of willpower? It's a good question. I mean, shukran for the super chat. Much love. I would say life itself is a test of willpower. So regardless of whether one wishes to think, is it according to Islam or not, it is in and of itself, inevitably. And I think that's a beautiful indicator to move to today's topic. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. I want to take a look at this verse. Just bring that back. In Surah Ibrahim, which is... Okay, let me just bring that back for us. In Surah Ibrahim, which builds upon some of the questions that you've been asking. And I think it's very important to kind of try to face and understand and expand and unwrap some of the meaning in this ayah. So verse 7 from Surah Ibrahim, وَإِذْ تَأْذَنَ رَبُّكُمْ لَإِنْ شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ وَلَإِنْ كَفَرْتُمْ إِنَّ عَذَابِي لَشَدِيدٌ. Okay. Now, here, as you can see, you're being reminded that when your Lord proclaimed, if you are grateful, I will surely increase you. But if you deny, and the term kufr is used, لَإِن كَفَرْتُمْ فَإِنَّ عَذَابِي لَشَدِيدٌ. Okay, so you can see here, and we'll come to the second verse in a moment that builds on this, but just taking a look at that, and there's a bit of, I think, with the pasting, a bit of the spelling has kind of, the hamza has moved. But it's وَإِذْ تَأَذَّنَ رَبُّكُمْ لَإِنْ شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ وَلَإِنْ كَفَرْتُمْ إِنَّ عَذَابِي لَشَدِيدٌ. Okay. So somebody asked me that, look, how is it that Allah is saying to, if you are grateful, I will give you, but if you're not grateful, I will punish you? So why is Allah saying that? So, okay, let's just take a look at this verse. And you can use this as a kind of, you can use what we take away from here as a kind of resource to kind of lean in on whenever you're trying to understand other similar verses of the Quran. لَإِن شَكَرْتُمْ لأزيدنكم. Allah is saying that, okay, if you are grateful, you will be increased. وَلَئِن كَفَرْتُمْ, right? That if you are ungrateful, inna adhabi lashadid, that the punishment or my punishment is severe. So I said, okay, let's take a look at this. From one perspective, one could say that, oh, this is saying, God is saying, as the person questioned me, that look, if you are grateful, I will give you. If you are not, I'm going to punish you. And let's say the punishment is in the akhirah. This is how Allah doesn't say that in this verse. He does not say that. But that's one way somebody could be looking at this. Somebody could look at this verse, oh, there's this punishment, that this fire that's going to come and so on in the afterlife. Okay. But okay, let's zero in a bit more. You see, first of all, Allah, when he's saying kafartum, it's about ingratitude, ungratefulness, contrasted with shukr. Because in Arabic, kufar, from one perspective, can mean disbelief when contrasted with iman. But when contrasted with shukr, it means to be ungrateful. Okay. Allah is saying that if you are grateful, I will increase you. And if you are ungrateful, then the punishment is severe. Now, let's unwrap that slightly. So, punishment. What is that? You see, punishment, when the term is used, what it signifies is suffering. Because punishment it's a term with an objective for suffering. It's to be instrumentalized to attain suffering. So, okay, let's go to the corollary, which is suffering. Okay, so suffering is severe. Okay, now let's switch it back to gratitude. لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ. When a person is grateful, one perspective is, okay, blessings, like people are getting things. Like, let's say a person's making more money and these things are wonderful, or they're getting more amenities and luxuries, and that's wonderful. But you can zero it in even further, and because Allah is saying, look, I will increase you. And you find that gratitude, what it births and gives rise to, is actually a state of bliss. You see, you find people who are, if we are to, in some way, certain studies, they have measured people's well-being. Okay, they call it subjective well-being or happiness. If you want to call it that, it's an elusive term used when trying to study people, but you can, to some extent, they have these things, let's say they call them affectometers, and they use different ways to measure a person's subjective well-being. So people score. Now you will find, let's say, some of the most happiest, blissful people are not those who have the most of something. They are people who have a deep gratitude for what they have. Let me expand on that slightly. There was years back, I went to a lecture by Dr. Oliver Sacks, and he was showing his research amongst other professors, and it was about happiness. And what he had examined was taken different case studies, and in this particular scenario, two people, contrasting them from New York, Manhattan. So he'd, as a project, he had spoken to and then got agreement from this multimillionaire tycoon to kind of work with him as a little project, just to kind of study his life for a week or so, and just have access. And he chose to contrast him with this New York cabbie, who was, I believe, Sudanese. Okay, just some cab driver. And he randomly chose him, by the way. And it's incredibly fascinating, his finding, because he saw that this multi-millionaire who lived in this kind of penthouse, in incredible penthouse suite in Manhattan somewhere, and he had all these amenities and luxuries and, you know, you name it, he had it. Flashy clothes, lavish lifestyle, had these kind of occasional crazy sex manic parties and cocaine and all this kind of stuff. But this person was extremely paranoid. And even in his apartment, in his suite, he had all these CCTV cameras, and he would often tell the professor, in this kind of short time they spent, he would tell him that, that certain people, they're trying to do him over, and there's, he's got to be weary because such and such person, he's trying to come across as a friend, but I know what he's really trying to get to, and this person, I know what he wants, and there was no bliss in this person's life. This person had, an incredible amount of wealth, luxuries, amenities, but facilities, and he could have bought whatever within reason, but he seemed to actually be on the opposite of being happy. He seemed to be quite depressed, if not clinically, but then definitely depressed, paranoid, stressed out, tense. And he contrasts this with this cabbie driver, who's also in the same vicinity. He'd come over so many years ago. He was, just taxi driver, had a few children, a wife, and he seemed so happy. And he'd always smile, and he'd tell jokes. And he would often say that, as he meets people, he picks them up at the hustle and bustle of New York, and he would really enjoy learning about the stories of people. Sometimes, making a difference for them. You could see people were sometimes sad, sometimes happy, sometimes somebody's got a new job, sometimes somebody's, on a date and they're so thrilled, sometimes. And in a way, he had a glimpse into a window into these people's lives, and he would enjoy it. And, sometimes he'd get tips, and he was just kind of financially, he was scraping by. But he was so grateful that he'd seen a life of poverty before, and he was so grateful to God. You see, bliss, its inherent kind of processor is gratitude. La in shakartum la azidannakum. What is it that naturally grows with gratitude? A state of bliss. So you can say, well, okay, what is the opposite of bliss? It's a mental state of torment. Now, adhabi, the adhab, you see, one way to look at the adhab is, well, people are seeing it as this afterlife, or fire, or corporeal, like bodily punishments. And that's not the worst kind of punishments. We know now in the 20th, 21st century, the studies clearly reveal mental torture is the worst kind of torture. You see, you could have, let's say you have a person who is enslaved, he's beaten, but he believes in a cause. People will happily go to the gallows. They will embrace death happily, if so long as they believe in it. You see, you could enslave a person. You could break them down, but so long as you don't break their mind, they are still as free as a bird. The moment the mind breaks down, it down spirals. It is caught in this turbulence, this turmoil. That inna adhabi la shadid. You see, the more a person drifts away from gratitude, whether they have everything in this world, perceptibly, ostensibly, they have a nice car, you know, they've got nice clothes, they've got somewhat of a flashy lifestyle. Inna adhabi la shadid. It is inevitable, whether they attribute this to God or not. It's the mechanisms of this very existence that as we know it, that as you drift away from gratitude, you will inevitably find yourself in a state of torment. You see that, and you see, and Allah proclaiming this in the Quran for us. Surah Ibrahim, verse 7. Declaring it like a manifesto. لَإِن شَكَرْتُمْ, here is the key. You've got it. لَإِن شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ. I will increase. What will you increase in? If you say, Ya Allah, shukran, or you're grateful, it's not it doesn't have to be the goods. It doesn't have to be the toys and the bank balance. It's the state of bliss that a person is increased in. And if you refuse to do that, to be grateful, you inevitably will find yourself in these tormenting waters, whether you think you've got everything or not. You see? لَإِن كَفَرْتُمْ إِنَّ عَذَابِي لَشَدِيدٌ. You see, so one way of looking at it is people could see this kind of, oh, well, this is only talking about the afterlife or so on, or physical torment. And then you've got this whole kind of this array. And you come to this understanding that will actually, and this is the beauty of the Quran, that when you look at it fresh eyes, so actually, this is actually just explained the secret to living right here. وَإِذْ تَأَذَّنَ رَبُّكُمْ. It's already been proclaimed that there is the secret. You have to kind of trust the process. And I thought that that's so important, that it comes back to how we see things. See what you are, you have a relationship with the Quran when you're reading it. It's you reading it, how you're seeing what's being said to you. And I thought that second verse, just to kind of follow from that, ثُمَّ السَّبِيلَ يَسَّرَ, we've covered that previously, that when a person sets upon, he or she takes that step, the next step becomes easier. ثُمَّ السَّبِيلَ يَسَّرَ. Things will fall into place, the path will unfold before you, the process will become easier, but one must trust the process. So I thought I wanted to share that with you. I hope, inshallah, it gives you some clarity and some insight at those verses. Moment, shukran, much love for the super chat. Right, so how do we integrate gratitude with dua? Is there a way to have gratitude? Gratitude, excellent question. Gratitude is not about, sure, I mean, on one perspective, it could be seen as lip service. It's not really lip service. It is a sentiment, okay? It's an emotion that a person they have some contentment. And I tell you how it will, you want to develop this. I'll tell you some ways that effectively help develop that. And that is to kind of give back to people, to help people in a little way. tiny thing, you know, someone, some little food here, somebody, a little child, you help them with something, some person was in distress, you help. It doesn't have to be huge, spectacular. Look, not everybody can do something so huge and spectacular, and that's not being asked. These tiny steps, baby steps. And it's an emotion. It's about compassion. That honestly is the secret to gratitude. And then a person, because when you see in others, you become grateful for yourself. You think, yeah, you know, yeah, thinking about it, what haven't I got? You know, because look, if a person is just to kind of just sit and just kind of whine, you could whine and moan about anything. Oh, I haven't got this in life. Oh, this failed. Oh my, that thing collapsed. Oh my, this project went down the hill. Oh, this money got wasted. Oh, that relationship got ruined. Oh, this happened. Oh, sure. But no, even people don't like that kind of a person. You know, who likes that? Who likes a whiner and a moaner? And nobody likes that kind of a person because it's annoying. And so, okay, you want to do that, good luck with it. But you're just going to become more and more and more. The other way is, and this is why I said, well, when a person takes some steps to help some people, it's a mindset. You know, it's not quantity. It's about just the quality of it. Maybe sometime you're going and you think, yeah, let me just help. Or you see something online and allow it to kind of pluck at the emotions for compassion, to evoke compassion. So you think, yeah, you know, subhanallah. You take a moment and you just think, you know, alhamdulillah. You know, you just say to us, and I'll tell you another secret. Always say positive things. Never say negative things. If you are somebody that says negative things, stop now, instantly. If somebody asks you, how are you? Say, alhamdulillah, I'm great. Fantastic. Things are amazing. Allah be praised. Why not? You know, well, they are relatively. You could pick somebody out that's going through, you know, infinitely or exponentially worse situations, and they are better. So, yeah, I think that's a starting point right there. Okay. And learn to smile more as well. I think that these are all starting steps. Cool. Let's all right. What's the question? Mufti, answer my don't know what that Is it permissible to feed your cat catnip? I don't know what catnip is. Okay, so I'm assuming it's some kind of cat food, right? Unless it's not, and then the joke's on me. Okay, I don't know what catnip is. So, what is catnip? I'll look out for right. So if it's about some cat food, sure. I mean, I don't know if the cat likes that cat. You know, I saw somebody sent me, sorry, a clip about some kind of halal cat food. Okay. Actual halal cat food. And it said some slogan like, you know, the opportunity to you know, to feed your cat guilt-free food or something like this. Like basically, you know, now you can rid yourself of the guilt and feed your cat some food. And right, so Yeah, and I look, I don't know. Maybe people have good intentions when they do things. Maybe people are trying to help other people. Maybe, and may Allah bless their intention, bless their heart, and reward them on their intention. Okay, but these things are truly, I'm not sure whether it's a laugh or cry affair, because Islam has become something so artificial that it is now Islamic to feed your cat, let's say, or feed your dog, or I don't know, feed your rabbit, or I suppose they probably, or to feed them halal certified, food. Allah, it's like like let's just pause that for a moment. You see, you go to the lifetime of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the companions, and Islam was a real thing. It wasn't this kind of fanciful phenomenon, this structured, superimposed, artificial layer, filter that's kind of like a show to the world, or it wasn't. It was just a real lived thing. Like the Sahabas, they were Sahaba. They would have been people from the Prophet's time that had cats, that had dogs. Like Abu Huraira had many cats. Other people had cats. There were dogs as well. I know there's this whole discussion of the dogs, and that's something we can cover another day. But in Bukhari, it mentions the dogs used to come in and out of the Prophet's masjid in the early days. They were always there. Ibn Umar, who used to sleep in the masjid, he narrates that, says the dogs used to come in and out of the masjid. I used to sleep here. And so, look, these things were there. They had other animals. And yes, there's herbivores, carnivores, but there isn't, look, the animals are not mukallaf. Okay, they're not, like, you don't take your dog on Hajj, like to do Hajj. Okay, it's not like I'm taking my cat or I'm taking my parrot with me to go on the Hajj, and the parrot's gonna do its Hajj as well, whilst I do my Hajj. In many ways, it's kind of, it's really, on some grounds, it appears, maybe people haven't got this intention, but it appears to ridicule, just to be silly. That it's kind of got to a silly state of affairs that people are like, well, hey, I've got, like, a lot of the Saudis, and they have all these tigers, pet tigers, don't they? Pet tigers and pet lions, and there's this obsession. I don't know how. I mean, don't get me wrong, I totally admire, lions and tigers, but I mean, I don't know how you'd have it as a pet, but sure. I mean, they seem to, and they really get on with it, and but it's not going to be, well, hey, I'm taking my tiger, on Umrah with me, or it's time to pray Salah now, or it's not. This is like a very artificial. It's perspective on Islam. Islam is about your connection with God, and there isn't this. People shouldn't be feeling guilty that, oh my God, I've got a tiger and the tiger eats meat. I'm feeling guilty. Tiger's like, yeah, what's wrong with this guy? Why is he feeling guilty? Well, that's what they do. They're carnivores. They eat meat. So what are you going to do? Like, I know, to make it feel better, I'm gonna do the biha meat. The goat and the bakra and the cow is going to be like, acha, shabash. You don't feel guilty for them. They're going to be thinking, acha, cha, shabash, shabash. Ignore my, don't worry about my life. Hey, I'm an extra. So the point is that, look, nature has its laws and it has its world. But you don't need to, as a human being, be kind of carrying religious guilt. I get it if you're concerned about animal cruelty. That's a different discussion. Sure, that's a wonderful discussion. But to think, well, I'm carrying religious guilt, like, did this, is this cat or dog or whatever, is this animal, this pet, practicing according to Islam? I mean, they don't practice according to Islam. They're not human beings. Okay. So yeah. So these are kind of the things. But I saw this and it was just like, what does a person make of that? Mahmoud Abdul Baqi, shukran, much love for the super chat. Yep, I thought let's check it out. So let's check this out, people, see how this goes. All right, what have I? Rami Nazim, where do you get access to these scholarly sources from the legends of Islamic history? It's a special store. It's not about I guess you just kind of know. To be honest, everything is online. Everything, you just have to know. As long as you've got a nudge in the right direction, you'll start exploring and reading and watching and YouTube and Google and read what this person says, that person says. You'll have like a brilliant amount of knowledge on the topic very rapidly. Melis's question, right? Yep. Apologies. Yep, Melis, you had asked a question about the afterlife, and it was. I have to find it again now. One second. Let's see if I can still find it. Right, but it was something about do unbelievers have to go to hell? Okay, so let's understand this. So this is how some people look at this. They look at this text, scripture, the Quran, and they say, well, Allah has threatened. And he has said, well, those who reject him, there's this punishment. Okay, in the afterlife, and then there's the imagery, and that's a discussion. Okay, and then there's the concept of the punishment, which is a discussion. Okay, now, and then there's the element of time, which is a discussion, because keeping in consideration, none of this has happened yet. The afterlife has not yet commenced. So it's all future tense, propositional. So you've got the reward or the punishment, the sanctions. So okay, so let's take a look at that. Let's unpack that for a moment. So does Allah have to follow through with a punishment? Now, most theologians, Islamic scholars, in Arabic, a promise is called a wa'ad and a threat is called a wa'id. So they say, well, look, Allah, if a person reneges on a promise, like I promise to give you something and I don't do it, that's seen as a negative, a bad quality. But if I threaten you with something and then I let it go, that's actually seen as a noble act. Okay, so khulful wa'id is not the same as khulful wa'ad. So the scholars have said, generally, Fakhruddin al-Razi and other people will write that, look, Allah can do as he pleases, as he says in the Quran, that, look, Allah says, La yus'alu amma yaf'al. Allah can't be asked about whatever he chooses to do. Allah says in a verse, وَمَا يَفْعَلُ اللَّهُ بِعَذَابِكُمْ. What would Allah get out of punishing you? That's a verse out of the Quran, isn't it? So the question is, now, does God have to punish anybody? Now, the truth is, Allah doesn't have to do anything. And that's the belief of of Muslims for the most part. The hadith of the Prophet ﷺ is that any, let's say, positive reward or bliss that a person encounters in the afterlife is simply by the action, by the grace of God. It is not by their actions. By the grace of God that He graces you. Okay, so the question here is that, okay, can God do this? Can He reward? Can He do? Sure, He can reward, He can torment, can He just choose to forgo? He can. Can He choose to forgive? He can. Can He choose to? Allah could do whatever He wants. So the question is, well, okay, so that's one discussion, and you're not there yet. So what is the obsession in trying to understand, well, I want to be God, and I want, or I'm not saying you're saying that, but a person that, oh well, I need to pin down what God would do. Well, you'd never be able to do that. Now, one of the discussions was the actual afterlife, the kind of imagery and the description. And well, if you go through the whole development of the Judeo-Abrahamic faith, there's a journey, isn't there? So that's one discussion right there. And if you unwrap that, you begin with the Jewish Bible. So the old Jewish tradition, they were divided since the time of, from their tradition, since the time of Moses. So some of them said that we have no details about the afterlife. This is why many of the earlier Jews neither affirmed nor negated an afterlife, but they never spoke of an afterlife, because they said, well, it's not been mentioned to us, but maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't happen. We'll just focus on this life. So that was, okay, many of the Jews. Now you see that, okay, so, and there is the mention of soul in the old Jewish Bible, and some people say, well, maybe that was the state of suffering, or they equate that to maybe, let's say, hell, what later on comes to be hell. And then you've got the Jewish journey, and it goes through exile and the whole the Greek kind of influence as well. And then you see Hades comes in, because that's, so in a lot of the Jewish in a lot of the biblical translations, the earlier term for hell is Hades. So there's this journey of hell that kind of develops along the way. So you've got the imagery. So first of all, it's Hades that they use. In fact, many Bibles still use the word Hades, which is from Greek Hades. And then what happens is Gehinnom is used by Jesus, because the valley of the people of Hinnom. So, okay, so there's this valley, and some people say, well, maybe children were being burnt to death there as offerings to certain gods. And some people say, no, it was a kind of disposal site where people used to just burn rubbish, and there was constant burning fire in that location in the valley of Hinnom, Gehinnom. So Jesus said, well, such and such people that are, let's say, really terrible, they deserve to be in Gehinnom forever, this valley of this fire. So this now becomes a concept. And you see, as Christianity spreads, and it spreads right through Arabia, because you fast forward, let's say 500-600 years up until pre-Islam, most of the Arabs are actually Christian. So if you look at, most of the Arabs lived in the Middle East, and then there was a considerable part in the Arabian Peninsula, and you had the southern Arabian Aksumite kingdoms, which were Christian. The northern Arab kingdoms, so the Ghassanids, which were Greek and Arab, they were all Christian. And the Manadira, the Lakhmids, were mainly Christian. And around Bahrain, they were mainly Christian. And then you had a lot of the Hijaz region in central kind of Arabia that was still kind of pagan. But the Arabic backdrop, they had this existed in the notion, whether people believed in it or not. So let's say today, let's say somebody's an atheist, but they still understand the term, if they speak English, paradise. So they will, so if somebody, let's say somebody is in, I don't know, in Hawaii, or there is somewhere, and they say, hey, I'm in paradise. Okay, so even if they don't believe in paradise, let's say you say to them, oh, but do you believe in a paradise? No, I don't believe in a paradise. But they have, or do they believe in God? I don't even believe in a God. Let's say they're atheists. But they still have a psychosocial construct of the terms because it exists in the psychosocial realm. And it is a linguistic construct that has at least a psychosocial reality, whether the person believes in it or not. So God, for example, exists as, even if people don't believe in God, they still understand the narrative because it exists in their psychosocial part of the world. So now Jahannam already existed. People, the Arabs, this is why the Quran never explains what Jahannam is. The Arabs already knew the word Jahannam. Even the pagans who didn't really believe in, let's say, Jahannam, because they weren't Christian, but they understood the word. So this is why they would then mock and say, oh, these believers claim that God will bring back life to these dead bones, and question them. And they would mock the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So you have to understand that revelation has to come in a language to a people. It can't come in every language to every people because the psychosocial narratives vary. And the language by its nature has to lock in to a psychosocial reality. The other people are by extension. So you and I, the Quran is for us, but we were not there in 7th century, and we were not part of the Arab psychosocial world when it came. The Quran is just as much for us. Islam is just as much for us, but it has to begin somewhere, and it begins in Arabia. So it is an Arabic Quran, and not just any Arabic, but an Arabic of that day and age. You can't divorce. Allah says, Inna anzalna Qur'anan Arabiyyan. You cannot divorce it from that. And it's not just the linguistic. You see, it's not just this is not just an issue of semantics. This is not just an adjective. A language is embedded within the psychosocial narrative of its age. So the Quran has to address people with that. Okay, now, well, and that's a discussion. One could say, well, okay, why are certain? Well, this is the tradition. This is the Abrahamic tradition in which the Quran comes to affirm. It says, "Musaddiqan lima bayna yadayhi." It affirms this tradition of Ibrahim alayhi salam that has gone before you. Say, well, why is it not speaking in line with the tradition of Buddha or speaking in line? Well, it hasn't come in line with that tradition. That's a different millah. This is millah to Ibrahim. You see, so you have to understand things that yeah. So I don't think people have a good understanding, or maybe, look, it's their understanding. I suppose each person, the Quran is for everyone. Everybody can understand it how they understand it, but it is an incredibly profound text, much more profound than some people that look at it superficially. So once you understand all of this, you think, well, oh, okay. And there's so many little discussions that are in and of themselves profound discussions. So the concept of consequence, why does consequence exist as a concept? Well, I don't know if you watched our book lounge meeting of, was it last month before, where we had the book of the month, Bonobo and the Atheist. The primatologist discussing even animals, even in a primatological surrounding. So studying monkeys, chimpanzees, or bonobos, where they have structures of consequences, the tribe perform much more effectively. Even at a chimpanzee level, substructures that have been self endorsed and created by the tribe itself, structures of consequence, whether they are seen out or not, result in the efficacy and the success of the tribe. That's in monkeys. What do you think it would be like in human beings? They could not really, human beings and even creatures, they function effectively with the horizon of consequence. Now, the manifestation and the realization of that consequence is a different discussion because you haven't even got there. So I would say that, look, focus yourself on where you are, which is in this world. You are here. Allah has this wonderful message for you, the Quran, and you have your faith, and the message of it is for you to be a better person and to live your life as a better person. It is not to worry about, oh, I wonder how this person will be once they've gone beyond the. That's not, it's not your job to be doing. Allah says in the Quran, "Lasta alayhim bimusaytir." It's not your job. So you are here, ukhrijat linnas. You are here to serve mankind. You do that. Sure, you proclaim the wonderful, positive, blissful, blissful, beautiful message of Islam as you go along. But and people may join the caravan along the way, alhamdulillah, and maybe people won't, but you serve them too. That's the beauty of Islam. And this is the submission. You just have to trust the process and you go with it. It's not, don't get obsessed with this kind of this doom and gloom of the, oh my God, who's going to hell? Who's going to burn? Who's going to do this? Allah has not, when you look at the verses in the Quran that speak of that obviously because it's part of the tradition, they are so few in relation to the entire Quran and its verses, which are, let's say, 6,200 plus verses. So, yeah, I hope that helps, because this is such a, I feel it's become a, it's become pathologized. Okay, it's become a, it ruins people, I think, and it makes them miss. There's that famous clip of Bruce Lee where he's saying, when he's saying all that heavenly glory, and he's kind of pointing out, and then he kind of slaps the person and he says, do not concentrate on the finger or you'll miss all the heavenly glory. And that's exactly the point, that what happens is we get so caught up. And I get it. I'm not trying to fault people. I'm not trying to blame you or blame someone. I guess my frustration is somewhat to just recognizing how much of a widespread problem this pathology is, because so many people are so bogged down and they miss the glory of God. They miss the love, the compassion. They spend their lives in this kind of OCD kind of almost, not to detract or not to use this in a derogatory sense, but I'm just giving almost in somewhat of an autism-like realm, that they are so horror driven into a state of perpetual anxiety that all they think about is like, oh my God, what's going to happen? I need to be crying. I'm guilty, I'm sinful. And I feel part of this has been inherited from the Catholic tradition of like this kind of guilt-centric faith. But yeah, may Allah make it easy. May Allah, when we study, when we learn, really the life of the Prophet really teaches us to be in a state of flow. There's a beautiful hadith, and this really, by extraction, it captures this spirit. It's in Sahih Muslim that the Prophet ﷺ said that if the final hour was to be upon you, and one of you is planting a plant, is final hour, the world, the apocalypse is nigh, not it's activated, and you and I are here planting a plant. The Prophet said, فَلْيَزْرَعْهُ. Keep planting. See, and in the same hadith, he said, if the final hour was to come and you're feeding a morsel, a piece of food to your mouth, he said, keep eating. See, you're still in this world. Be in this world as you are of this world. Focus on the good, yeah. You're planting a plant, plant it. Just trust the process, go with it. And I think that really captures, to me as an individual, the beauty of the teachings of the Prophet ﷺ and the compassion of the Quran. For me as an individual, this kind of really, it kind of symbolizes it straight. And so, yeah, I hope that sheds some light. And I do understand these are difficult for people. I speak to people. I have some perspective sessions, one-on-one sessions with people who are, they're struggling immensely because they've got trapped in this. And some of them have converted to Islam and they've become trapped in this for years, this kind of saddened, doom and gloom, guilt-driven, OCD state of perpetual anxiety. So may Allah make it easy for them. Ameen. Ameen. I hope that helps people. And a slight note on that, by the way, if watching certain people or reading certain people is adding to your state of anxiety, then stop doing it. That should be common sense. If there's certain things that you read, let's say there's certain people you follow and those people are triggering your state of anxiety, then just maybe that's a sign that that's not healthy. Right, so okay, moving on. Moment, this is probably a repeated question. Used for good. Why are there some hadith that seem to be against it? Sure, it is a repeated question. I have got some detailed videos on music. You can watch them. Yeah, and there's both camps. There's those people who feel music is haram. They've got their evidences. Those people who feel it isn't haram. They've got their evidences. It's entirely up to people. There's not. What I would say, it's not about imposing. If you follow that group of ulama, and they may be the majority technically, they from a quantitative perspective. So if you follow them, they say this is haram, that's the scholars you follow, that's what you believe, then fine, practice that, it's your devotion. There's other people who don't feel music is haram. They've, written loads of things on it. Ibn Hazm's written on it. Imam Shawkani's written on it. Sheikh Abdul Ghani al-Nablusi's written on it. Got many people. Abu Bakr ibn Arabi in his Ahkam, I believe, speaks on it. Many people have spoken on music. It's an old kind of, nothing new. Some people feel every single musical instrument is haram. Some people feel no. Some musical instruments are okay, the rest are haram. Drums are okay, percussion instruments are okay, but wind instruments or kind of like string instruments are haram. Some people feel no. Well, some wind instruments are okay. Maybe just string instruments are haram. Some people feel no instruments are haram. There's nothing. There's this diversity, and that is the beautiful diversity of Islam. And so whatever people follow, and people will have their evidences. So you'll have some people evidence for that, some people evidence for that, some people evidence for this, some people evidence for that. So I hope that kind of helps. I really find these discussions tiring. because I'm, I played a clip a while ago, of it was. Let me see, is it still here?
Assalamu
Of
alaikum, Hazrat.
Abdullah
Salam.
Mantiqi, and that when I was studying with Maulana Abdullah Mantiqi in Karachi, it's what, like 22 years ago, 21 years ago, 20 years ago. At that time, I was studying this and researching it, and so interested. And 2 decades have been since then. I've lived probably many lifetimes since then. It's like I find it really silly and childlike still, these discussions. It's like you need to, I think if you're still obsessed about these questions, sure, I mean, you can have an approach. You follow this opinion, you follow that opinion, you follow that opinion, you follow that, whichever one you follow. Whatever you follow, more power to you. It's your life, live it. You want to follow its haram, follow its haram. Wonderful. I will not tell you that it's not haram. I wouldn't not simply bother. It's nothing to do with me. So, but I find it so childlike, these discussions, that it's like, hey, people, are you still talking about this? It's like, what are we like? It's like somebody, I don't know, talking about cartoons, and as in, you just don't have that passion for them. Maybe when you were a kid, you did, but I guess you kind of grow up and you go through life, and I think this is indicative that if you find yourself obsessed with these things, then maybe it's a sign that you need to grow up. Sure, and that doesn't mean I'm not trying to knock people for their opinion. You can have that opinion. You can have any one of these opinions. They're all opinions at the end of the day. Well, his opinion, that, sure, and if you want to research it, you can research it, but you're never going to truly, I don't know, maybe some people will get a deeper grasp, but they need to learn a lot to get a deeper grasp. Cool. Okay, let's move on. Right. Okay. So, somebody said Pakistanis say music say it's haram. I'm sure many Pakistanis do say it's haram. Others don't. I think you usually find some scholars in Pakistan, I believe, usually of the Brelvi inclination. Pir Karam Shah Sahib, I believe in his tafsir, I believe argued it wasn't haram. I went to Pir Karam Shah Sahib's madrasa as well in Islamabad. He was a wonderful scholar of the whole Indian subcontinent. He was an Al-Azhar graduate, and also became I believe, a judge within Pakistan for the kind of Sharia side of things. And he has a tafsir of the Quran. I believe it's called Ziya al-Quran, like Ziya al-Quran. And from what I recall, I could, if I'm correct, that he didn't believe it's haram, and he writes in there it's not haram. And there are several ulama in Pakistan that argue it's not haram because they've had a long tradition of people for 1,000 years in India, and that have not believed it's haram. And you had the Qawali, and you have all of this, and then there's other people who believe it's haram, and they have their tradition, and they have the. Why do we have to win other people? Why is this like a voting system? It's like imagine I feel eating vitamins is necessary, which I kind of do. I eat vitamins and kind of all the minerals and amino acids, and I'm very like a junkie on these things. And like I go to the gym regularly and I eat these things. So to me, on a personal basis, this is like obligatory. I have to do this. But sure, if you're a friend of mine, you ask me, I might tell you, yeah, I think this is epic. You should take this. You should take glutamine, or you should take this, or you should take that. But if you don't take it, you don't take it. Like, let's say somebody plays sports and they love sports, they love football, love cricket, it's their life, but the other person doesn't love it. Like, they don't have to think, well, for me to love it, the whole world must love it. I have to convince everyone first. I mean, if you believe it, if you believe in it, do it. I mean, what's the problem? You don't need other people to hold your hand. And if somebody doesn't believe in it, they don't believe in it. What the hell? What's it got to do? It's not your job to be trying to force other people. So, yeah. I mean, Mufti, all right. All right, Mufti, what's your view on Muslim couples using the Western family court system and their children to seek revenge on one another? It's a common issue, sadly. It is. Firstly, I make dua. Anybody going through family issues, may Allah make things easy for them. Okay, and you see, that's a loaded, it's a layered, compactified issue right there, because there's so many separate components that we have to unpack and unwrap. Because one is the relationship itself is an issue, and that's a whole. It's not even a chapter; it's like a series. It needs with multiple seasons to understand that, because relationships are very difficult within. I think the kind of Muslim setting, because people, and there's a lot of factors for that we can't really unwrap them all, but there's a lot of socio-cultural factors or psychosocial cultural factors. So people, one, they don't know what they want. Two, they don't know how to behave. And I don't mean this in a way like I'm trying to say, oh, you don't know how to behave, but they legitimately don't know the roles that they are to adopt because they don't have any practice. So you see, people don't know how to handle relationships because nobody teaches you how to handle a relationship. Like, if you just think about it, who taught you how to handle a relationship? Think about it. Your parents? Let's be honest. Most people have, that's not very giving in that department, let's just say. Speaking from like the general Muslim kind of migrant communities, the parents are not usually role models for relationships. And I'm not faulting them, but they've had their own struggles. But they're from a different paradigm. They've come from a different part of the world with different psychosocial, cultural narratives, expectations, and just dynamics. So, okay. So, for example, the world today, and the world is evolving simultaneously. So today, relationships is heavily centered on romance. Now, this is a problem as well, because, it's not, let's be honest, it's sure, it's wonderful, but it's not, it's an emotion. And how stable are they? Because you see, so, okay, you take humanity. People used to, let's say, be in a lifelong relationship. Okay. But then they weren't. So then they were in kind of like monogamous relationships. Although Muslims also have polygamous relationships. But okay, so it's one person. But then it just becomes, okay, one person at a time. Okay, so I'm not just involved with let's say this is the ethical way in the West, so to speak. It's not about just seeing one person. It's about just seeing one person at any given time. Okay, so right now I'm in a relationship with this one person. So this is the Western ideal. So it's not about being with just one person. It'll be like, okay, so when this person's season is over, I'll be with a different person. Sure. So now it's about, well, okay, now it's so centric, romance centric. Everything is about love. And do I have to find my perfect soulmate? And sure, look, people, I do feel that people do find people like this. But at the same time, I don't feel it's necessary that everybody will find somebody like this. And I don't feel it's necessary everybody must find somebody like this. But it's become this kind of ideal that if we're not chasing after it, it's as if something's lacking. So let's say a person has got a high-flying career. Let's say they've got, I don't know, they're, some kind of amazing, I don't know, they could be a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, an accountant, a therapist. They could be anyone, a businessman or a businesswoman. But they don't have a love life, so to speak. They feel, because of the way society is now determined, especially Western society, that they are missing something, and that to something which ought to give their entire life meaning. So, yeah, so you can imagine the handicapped kind of situation this produces, because let's say now they're in pursuit of this wanderlust, or this idea of like, I need to be in cloud 9. So, okay, let's say they find it. Okay, so that's amazing and wonderful. And now they feel amazing and they feel giddy and they feel, flowers are blossoming and, the wind is moving slower and they're moving in slow motion, and the Dil Wale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge, Shah Rukh Khan music is coming on in the background. And okay, but then, like any emotion, it will just subside. And then they'll be like, well, I don't know, am I still in love with this person? Have I fallen out? And then society will have that pressure that, oh, now that you no longer are in love, you are living a lie. It's better to end this and find that token of love again somewhere else. So it's this kind of drug. And don't get me, I'm not trying to knock love or this romance. I think it's amazing. It's, and definitely is something that one should at least experience at least once in their lives. But that said, I'm just saying the way the Western framework has been kind of styled and structured, it's kind of, eating its tail on it, because what is it supposed to do? And so things fall apart. Okay, so that's the Western thing. And the Muslim thing is kind of trapped in between that and the Eastern ideal of pragmatic relationships, arranged marriages. You just get arranged and with zero experience of how to handle a relationship. So, okay, so you have the Western sense, and in the Western sense, okay, you have girlfriend, boyfriends growing up, you fall in love, you have the teenage love, you are heartbroken, you go through being on a downer for a few months, you pick up the pieces, you get on with it. You have some experience in the Western sense, let's say. Now, in the Eastern sense, okay, so that's not something that's permitted. I'm not trying to say you need to permit that. I'm just giving a description of events. So, okay, so here, Muslims do it as well, but they have to keep it secret. We're not allowed to talk. Okay, we've got a girlfriend, boyfriend, but it's also secret. So it's kind of like this weird, dirty secret that's hidden. So they don't get to live an open relationship. Now, the problem with that is that so it's this secret they've got, that they're doing all these things with these added pressures, and they're going through some weird heartbreak, but it's not. And they think, well, if I need to have a proper relationship. And the only time they can do that is when they get married. And then they get married, and what happens is parents, the Desi parents, would say, well, okay, you need to live here with us. So we're going to have this joint extended living status. That, okay, so the parents are here, the siblings are here, this couple are living here as well, as though this is some village in India, Pakistan. It's like, so how's this going to work? So, okay, now they're going to say, well, let's go by the Eastern ideals. What used to happen in the Desi motherland? But what used to happen there is our, mashallah, bahu, the daughter-in-law, she would cook for everyone and clean, and she would be this respectful, dignified, glorified maid. So she's gonna cook and clean, and let's say there's 5-6 other people living in this house. Well, she's gonna clean all their clothes, and she's gonna, okay, they've got a washing machine, but it's her duty, and she's gonna cook all the food, and she's gonna serve all the food, and but then there's the Western ideal, because the guy will be like, I don't want a typical woman, she's got to be modern. So the modern woman's going to be modern. She's going to be like working and having her own life, and now she's coming home and trying to face this pressure. And how does that work? And then what's going to happen is that there's going to be a crossover of territory. So as naturally, it happens in animals. You think it's not going to happen in humans? You think you're going to put a mother-in-law and a daughter-in-law in the same, these two, there's not going to be a territorial kind of like, so now she's going to complain to the husband, and she's going to complain to the son. And the son has got zero experience on how to handle this. So he's going to think, well, how should I handle this? Well, I need to be a man. Okay, what does that mean? Well, let me resort to the Eastern ideals. How did my ancestors in Pakistan and India, Chaudhry Saabs used to handle this? Well, they would just say, know your place, woman. So, okay, let me try. You see, the whole thing is a mess. They don't know how to handle it. Nobody knows how to handle any of it. And then there's another added component to the equation, and that is that Muslim males are massively immature in the Western world, massively. Like, I think compared to non-Muslim counterparts, and even compared to Muslim females may also be kind of immature as well. But I think the males massively so, because they just live at home, they live with their parents, everything gets done. Parents don't usually keep a good grip of what's going on. They're not, you see, greater discussions don't take place, and they've not lived in solitude. You need to, as a man, I think more so, I think this applies to women as well, but I think as a man, you have to live in solitude for a certain period of your life. You have to kind of face your inner shadow. And until you don't, I think you don't emerge as a true man, and you don't, and this is another problem. So they've never done that. So they still have this kind of childishness to them as well. And I think they probably mature about near 35 onwards. So bloody good luck with that, because by that time they've had a bunch of kids, and now the whole family has kind of fallen to pieces. And then what happens? People take revenge. They go to courts. Now, first of all, people should go to court if they need to obtain their rights for something. That's what the courts are for. Okay. But if you can see to matters in a civil, amicable manner, that is always the best thing to do. Never weaponize the children against one another. That is such an evil thing to do. And who it harms firstly is the children. See, it harms the children first and foremost. If a couple, okay, so this is what the kind of the studies show. So if you research on single unit and joint unit families with children and the effect it has on the negative impact it has on the child or children. You will find that joint families, like as in a joint unit, both parents, the child is usually better off on most fronts. Okay, so two parents, child usually works out better on most fronts. So you'll see that that's what the studies will show. However, that's in contrast to a single parent and child or children. However, the studies show that two parents and tension and a hostile environment or a toxic environment works out worse than a single parent with children. So a single parent with children works out much healthier and better in almost every regard than a two-parent family where there is a toxic environment. So if the parents are at each other's throats and, there's tension and negativity and hostility, and I mean as the norm, I don't mean as maybe, as a one-off people, but as the norm, then this is very unhealthy. It's better that they just separate and part ways, because that will just have a detrimental, life-lasting impact on the children. It's better that they separate and just show their love to the children as they can. Now, if they're going to separate, look, surely one person, I'm not saying it's one person's fault, but it's likely that one person, one out of the two, may be more at fault than the other. It's likely, okay? Now, this may be a subjective interpretation. So he may say it's her fault, she may say it's his fault, but maybe a bystander may see that one is more at fault than the other. It may be, that's very likely, yeah. But there would be a kind of attritional, gradual wear and tear to the relationship. If that happens, look, it's happened. Cut your losses and move on. Like, why are you torturing yourself? So people have spoken to me. I've spoken to people. They will say, I do feel that the court system in the UK and in maybe much of the West is inclined towards the women as opposed to the men. Now, sure, that may have its reasons, because maybe women are more often the victims than not, let's say, of violence and so on. They're not entirely the victim, but they more often, let's say, the higher percentile. So, okay, but I've seen cases, I've had people talk to me, and I've even had people say this, like own up to it to me, that when they're discussing it with me, that they've said that they will block let's say, the father from access to the child, that they will block him access. They will lie to the courts, say that he's a threat when he isn't a threat to the children, but they will say that just because they feel he was a good for nothing, beep, 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 and he was a deadbeat husband to them. And they may say that, look, oh, well, I had one woman once say to me, well, I think I can't remember how old their child was. I think she may have been, like, let's say 4 or 5. They had a daughter. And she said, well, he left me, let's say, 3 years ago, whatever it was, 3 or 4 years ago. And he'd been trying ever since, going to court, or in the last, I think, 2-3 years, trying to go to court to have access to his child. And she's blocking it. And she said, well, he was a good for nothing, beep, 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 beep. And he went off with all these other women, and he did this, this, this. And I said, well, what's that got to do with this? And she said, she said, well, I know what's best for my child. I said, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. You are utterly, catastrophically wrong. This is not best for your child. And she said, well, if he wanted to be a good dad, she said, look, I'm basing it on evidence. The scientist emerged. She said the evidence is, well, 3 years ago, or let's say 4 years ago, when we were together, he didn't used to, take advantage of quality time with the child then. So, if he didn't do it then Why should I give him the opportunity to do it now? Like he lost his opportunity. Oh God. I said, look, that's not how this works. The parent, mother or father, always, till their death, have a child God-given right to always try. Even if they've, if you've been making mistakes up until this very moment now, and you decide in this moment, you know what, I've made all these mistakes, I want to make amends now, you have that right to make amends. Even if you've been a good for nothing beep, 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 beep in the past. You can't see, you can't hold somebody to their past, and don't hold them to being a bad to you. So for example, the husband and the wife may be really horrible to each other, but don't project that onto the child. They both will equally love the child. So allow, and the first person perspective is the child perspective. The child needs to see both. Okay, so I have seen this. I've spoken to people have owned up to me about this. Surprisingly, they've justified it, and it is sad, it's tragic. My only kind of advice is that, look, move on, everyone. I see husbands that kind of cling, that, oh my God, oh, is she gonna go with another man? She's not your pet or your slave or your servant. What do you mean, is she gonna go? What the hell is that? What are you, like 6 years old? These people, so you see husbands that are like, oh, I've been separated for so many years, but I won't allow my wife to be with another man. Who the hell do you think you are? You don't have that right. Allah has given each and every one of us the sovereignty to self-determine our own lives, who we choose to be with or who we choose not to be with. No person can dictate that for us. So people need to grow up. And simultaneously, you'll see on the other side, you'll see where women will block access for whatever. Usually it may not be equally about jealousy. That's usually more the male centric view, unfortunately, that we see. But from the women's side, it may be like, well, he was a good for nothing, I'm going to get him back now. This retaliation. And all that suffers is the child. Allahu Akbar. It is all, honestly, that is all that suffers. And this is why I make dua for anybody going through that. May Allah make it easy. And I don't try to claim that this is an easy thing to go through. But you have to begin the maturity process somewhere. Be the bigger person. And take that step. Have tawakkul ala Allah, and just move with positivity in your life. And try to spread, if the other person, some people may say, well, I'm trying to be nice and the other person is being a beep, 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 beep. Let them. Hota hai yaar. You spread just positivity, sprinkle roses where you go. You don't let the other person be venomous and poisonous and toxic, and not your problem. You just be good. Okay. And this, by the way, what I'm talking about is obviously in the cases where there are not real threats to the children. Of course, if there is an incident where somebody is a threat to the actual child, the child is always paramount, and steps need to be taken. Okay. I have, unfortunately, become aware of cases, over the years where people have done monstrous things to their own kids that can't even be expressed in words. Okay, we're talking about sexual exploitation of your own child, unbelievable monstrosities. Any person that does that, or anything of such barbaric, monstrous proportions, they imminently forfeit the kind of rights of parenthood. they can't demand. I mean, if people, let's say the child grows up and forgives the parent, or they somehow wish to reconcile, that's on the child then, who may later, obviously, when they're an adult. But there is no demanding. There is, that right is long lost. Long lost. It's buried, dead, died. Okay, the moment a person violates the bond of the sacred bond that Allah has kind of entrusted, and it's embedded in the fitrah, embedded in the fitrah. It's not even a learned thing. It's embedded. Animals wouldn't do these things. So, yeah, and it's sad to become aware of these things. They disturb people, even just becoming aware of it. And yeah, may Allah make things easy. Ameen, ameen. And I heard somebody once ask a question that does that child still have to obey the parent? Of course not. And these people need to be reported. Okay. This stuff is not okay, and it cannot be buried. Okay. I'm being very clear. And anybody burying it under Islamic guilt is an accessory. Okay. Now, obviously, I get it that in some places they may not report it just because they don't want to. And that's their own choice. But to pressure people to kind of cover up for such criminality and monstrosity by using Allah is an offense to Allah. Okay, so may Allah make things easy. Ameen. Right, okay, people, let's share the link and get some of you guys on live. It's been all right, okay, so right, yeah, absolutely, you always support. Muslim divorce rate in the West almost the same as the non-Muslim divorce rate. Yeah. But I don't think divorce has to be a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a goal. It's clearly not, or an ideal. But in Islam, it's not. You see, it's there for a reason, isn't it? If somebody is suffering, then it's better than them suffering. Okay, but it doesn't. Sure, a relationship doesn't have to be given up on just because somebody's had a little fallout or throw a little stroppy and I'm walking off. Sure, it's there's a bond stronger than that, but it doesn't mean that a person has to put up with abuse. Okay, so divorce is not, I don't think people should measure, people say sometimes, like I've had this discussion, people say, oh my God, the divorce rate has gone so high for Muslims in the West or in England and okay, but I mean, but what you see, it's as though the corollary, what the logical kind of conclusion that follows is that you're saying that this is wrong in and of itself and they shouldn't have happened. But that, I don't see that as a natural conclusion, because what I see is that so those relationships were problematic. Like the people may have been mismatched, they may have been immature, they may have been abusive, they may have been victims of drug abuse, they may have been victims of sexual abuse, victims of violence. They may have been, like, there's other things that I'm seeing when I'm hearing this question. I'm not seeing, that there was a divorce as the bad thing, because this is, nobody does a divorce for fun. So, nobody gets up once a day, I got nothing to do, why don't I apply for a divorce? It's a nobody ever. if the situation has got to a divorce, that means, you know, that the problems are up there, that a person can't handle it. So yeah. Nora, divorce was the best thing happened to me. It forces you to reevaluate and better yourself and get along better than ever as friends. Wow. Wow. You see, that's an excellent kind of comment to show that people, it's true. It is true. You even see in the movies, and even though it's a story there, but you do see it, that people will, when they are in relationships, because they're in, this is another problem, I guess, with the Western paradigm. And I feel in some ways the Islamic license, shall I say, it's not the Islamic paradigm, but the license allows for it better. I feel, because the Islamic license to multiple relationships, plural relationships, what it allows is, like the hadith says, you see, zur ghibban tazdad hubban. It's a beautiful hadith, that leave a gap before you see each other. It will increase you in love. That, you see, because when you're constantly in people's face, I don't know how, it's gotta be frustrating, isn't it? Because you annoy people, and I'm sure you annoy them as much as they annoy you. It's a human thing. So when people see with a gap, so they're eager to see the other person, and it results in more perpetuity, more kind of a longevity of that relationship. So I'm not saying that everybody has to enter into polygamous relation. It doesn't have to be. That's not the only way that could happen. It could just be that people have isolated residences. But sure, that's one paradigm, a license. That's not a paradigm. I guess it's a license that Islam allows. But the current thing, I think, is somewhat claustrophobic. You nutter. People be like, what the hell did Mufti just say there? Well, I'm not saying you have to do it. I'm just saying it's interesting, isn't it, that this paradigm of having a gap, that distance makes the heart grow fonder. You know, as many of the Arabs, when they would stop at the ruins, speaking of the Arabs and the poetry, people, Tarafa ibn al-Abd al-Bakri, let me introduce to you this personality, okay, from pre-Islam. This guy, he is from the tribe of Bakr ibn Wa'il. Those of you that remember that we'd spoken about Rabi'a and the whole, and this was a huge tribe, Bakr ibn Wa'il, and the whole, the war that they had, Harb al-Basus, if you remember, Harb al-Basus with Bani Taghlib versus Bani Bakr, but they were all part of Rabi'a. And Bakr ibn Wa'il were always this kind of like a fighter kind of tribe, and they were known, they were quite surplus, lived right down from the Middle East region into Najd, and they were kind of scattered. And and there's this, and we'll actually go through this incident. There was a time where, I don't know if I've narrated it before, known as the day of the Qar, where they actually take on the Sassanid dynasty. And it's in the lifetime of the Prophet ﷺ, that battle. We'll speak about that another day, and that's where they take on Parvez. He's the Kisra of the time. But Bakr ibn Wa'il are this kind of tribe, and they're known for this kind of this boastful attitude, and they've had several poets from them. This poet, or this personality, Tarafa ibn al-Abd al-Bakri, he is Sahib al-Mu'allaqa. That means his poem, his Mu'allaqa, is one of the 10 attached poems that was attached to the Kaaba as the gold standard of poetry. His poetry has been deemed, if not the highest form of poetry, then at least it comes second. So some people claim that Imra al-Qais, who we've covered, has, his mu'allaqa is the best, people say. Then he comes, if Imra al-Qais takes gold, then he takes silver. Tarafa ibn al-Abd al-Bakri. And he has a famous mu'allaqa, which begins لخولة أطلال ببرقة ثهمتي تلوح كباقي الوشم في ظاهر اليد. That he's speaking about his love, and he has many loves. He's not monogamous, this personality. Some of them are, like, if you remember Antara, who was the warrior, it was just abla till death, it was that. But some of them are kind of like all, shall we say, high in exploration, and amongst them is Tarafa ibn al-Abd, and he's incredibly wise for being so young. His poetry is so full of wisdoms that they became proverbs that some are even used till today. So for example, in Arabic, there is a proverb that istanwaqa al-ba'ir. So if somebody says, if you mix, it's a bit like in English, they're saying, it's a bit like saying apples and oranges, where somebody is mixing something somewhat similar yet different, that they're both kind of fruits, but they're different. And somewhat in that regard is where he comments on one of his uncles, who's speaking about a ba'ir, which is a male camel, but he accidentally attributes something to it that is female. And Tarafa said, istanwaqa al-ba'ir, that, he istanwaqa is to treat as a female camel, al-ba'ir, the male camel, as in he got it wrong. He's mixing apples with oranges in that sense. And this has become a proverb which is still used in Arabic, istanwaqa al-ba'ir. And he has many wisdoms like this. Like he said in the poem that أبا منذر أفنيت بعضنا أبا منذر فاستبقي أفنيت بعضنا هنانيك فبعض الشر أهون من بعض. He said that, you see, this line of his, not hananik means just go easy, but بعض الشر أهون من بعض, that some evil is easier than others. As in, some evil is less than other evils. This has, or some harm is more tolerable, became proverbial. So like that, he has many. He has in his poem that وَمِنَ الْجُنُونِ حُبٌّ مُسْتَعِرٌ. Allah, and he says, and from insanity is the inflamed love. You see. So Tarafa ibn al-Abd, incredibly wise young man, who in such he passes away as a very young man, just in his mid-late 20s, 26, and some people say maybe 27 years of age. But in that time, he says all of these things, these incredible poems that we still have to today, full of all of these gems. And his mu'allaqa, which I mentioned, لِخَوْلَةَ أَطْلَالٌ بِبُرْقَةِ ثَهْمٍ. Burqa is like this kind of desert which has mixed sand and stones. بِبُرْقَةِ ثَهْمٍ. In this place, she has ruins, debris. تَلُوحُ كَبَاقِ الْوَشْمِ فِي ظَاهِرِ الْيَدِ. The debris of the ruins of her old dilapidated home stand out as the way a tattoo appears in the hand, he's saying. That and he says وقوفا بها صحبي علي مطيهم يقولون لا تهلك أسم وتجلد. That he says that my companions, they kind of, as we stood there, they kind of tell me, look, don't kind of destroy yourself. Don't be ruined over her. Have some strength. And this is an amazing, honestly, he does get a bit, it's one of the longest, it is the longest mu'allaqa. It is over 100 couplets in it. I think 104 or something. But he has so many, he gets carried away about his camel, describing his camel, which we'll find boring as hell. But then he starts to put all these wisdoms in there that are so, brilliant. He has a line in there that he says, لَظُلْمُ ذَوِي الْقُرْبَى أَشَدُّ مَضَاضَةً على النفس من وقع الحسام المهند. Allah. He says, when your own relatives or the people near and dear to you do oppress you, he says it hits harder than a fine steel sword. The finest swords. Muhannad was a sword made out of fine Indian steel back then. They would call it Muhannad from the word Hind. And it was a highly kind of like valued sword. So he says it hits harder than that. And this guy, what he had, he's actually related to several other poets. There's the two famous Muraqish. They are his uncles. He's from his dad's side. And from his mum's side, he has a famous uncle who's a poet known as al-Mutalammis. And people say his name was Abdul Masih, or some say it's Jarir ibn Abdul Masih, whatever, but he's known as al-Mutalammis. And he and al-Mutalammis, they're very tight, they hang out. Al-Mutalammis from his mother's side is from a different, still from that kind of Rabi'a tribe of Dubay'a, Dubai, but he's, but anyway, he's a poet as well. And you see, poets were incredibly, they were rated, but they were feared in that day and age as well, because they would say a poem about you and it would go viral. and they would diss you. They release these diss tracks about you and they would go viral. So what happens is Tarafa, he has a relative, his own brother-in-law, his wife's brother. He's the husband, wife's brother. So his brother-in-law, who's also from the same tribe, and that guy's name is Abdu Amr, right? So this Abdu Amr, they have some kind of, he doesn't kind of get on with him or something, and one day, there's some family bickering going on, and maybe the wife's told the brother something, and the brother's like, that good for nothing, the family politics. So he says, the brother-in-law says something to him. And that's the worst thing you want to say to a poet. Because it's like nowadays, I guess, the influencers, you say something and the influencers will be like, hey, I have a meltdown on social media. So Tarafa, he has this meltdown in the form of a poem. And he says this poem about his brother-in-law. And he says in it that La khayra fihi ghayra anna lahu ghinan. Now, this is a style, it's a diss track, okay? It's dissing him. But the style, of literary style, is one that Arabs would use to really praise people. But they would begin it as though they're going to diss you. But it became a style that they would say, the only thing good about him, or they would say, La khayra fi, there's no goodness that you'll find in him except, and then there would be the volta, the kind of plot twist, the kind of, the punchline that they would say, except he's incredibly generous, or, this is how they would say it. So it's like, it became a thing. And you have in Sahih Bukhari as well, the poem that comes down that they say, I think about the sword that comes from Zubayr radiallahu an. And I think it's in Abdul Malik's time or one of the kings, he has it. And the poem that La khayra fihim ghayra anna suyufahum bihinna fululun min qira'il kataib. Allah. Honestly, I love that line. it's in Sahih al-Bukhari, so, but it's a famous poem of the Arabs that they say, there's no goodness in them except that their swords have been dented excessively by the clash of armies. You see, it's a way of saying that they're so like they've been through so many wars that their swords carry so many dents, and this is obviously reflecting their courage and victories and triumphs and legacy. But it begins by saying la khayra fihim, there's no goodness in them, illa ghayra anna siyufahum, except their swords. Bihinna fululun, fulul is the dentness. Bihinna fululun min kira'il kataib. So this guy says, Tarafa ibn Tarafa, he says about his brother-in-law. He says, "La khayra fihi ghayra anna lahu ghinan." He says, there's no goodness in him except that he has richness. So you think, okay, so this is building up, it's getting climactic. غير أن له غنى وأن له كشحا إذا قام أهضم. He says, and except that he has a fat, plump waist, that when he gets up, it's all feminine and kind of like, it's. So you think he's going to praise him, and then he just really disses him, saying, the best thing about him is he's really curvaceous, and voluptuous. This is what he's saying about him. So obviously this poem has gone viral. Yeah. Now this brother-in-law, Abdul Amr, he happens to be one of the kind of the guys who hangs out with the king in Hira, which was in modern day Iraq, the old cultural capital of the Arabs, which is the Lakhmid dynasty, their capital. Okay, and the Ghassanid capital was Busra, but these guys, it's Al-Hira. So the king there at the time was Amr ibn Hind. Some people said it was Nu'man ibn Munzir, who we've spoken about, but I think most likely it was probably Amr ibn Hind. So, and this guy was like a vicious king as well, and he's really known, and he ruled like an excessively long amount of time, like some 40 plus years, and he's got it on lock. Right, the Arabs fear him. And so anyway, what happens is Abdul Amr, the brother-in-law, he happens to be have a relationship with the king, as in because the kings in the past, what they used to do is they used to enjoy good company. So they would have like nowadays people watch movies and do stuff, that they would have their evening gatherings. So they would look out for, so they would ask that if anybody, imagine you knew somebody that's great company. That was like prized after. It was like a great prize. So they would hunt out great company, like people who knew poetry, people who were funny, people who you could just sit and they would drink with them. And they called them, the Arabic word is nadim, like a drinking partner. Okay, so so these people, they were from the kind of nadman of the king. So the brother-in-law, so he's chilling with him one day and he's drinking, and then they go out on this hunting thing. They go, yeah, let's go hunting. So whilst they're hunting, they hunt this kind of wild, this zebra. So this kind of, they find this thing, and the king hunts it, Amr ibn Hind. So when he hunts it, he tells this guy, the brother-in-law's Abdul Amr, he says to him, there's a lot of Amrs here, by the way, in this story, all Amrun, so many Amrs. He tells him, the brother-in-law, that, hey, I've caught it. So they catch this animal. I think it was some kind of like a zebra or some wild animal they've caught, and he chucks it in this ditch. And now he's the king, he doesn't want to kind of cut it up and get all blood over him. So he tells this guy, this brother-in-law of Tarafa, he tells him that, hey, could you jump in there and cut it up for us, will you? Bring us the meat. So this guy jumps in there and he's trying, and and he can't seem to cut it. It's not easy cutting an animal. And so he's trying, and he's like, the triceps ain't really working. So he's like, when he can't seem to do it. So the king looks at him and he starts laughing. Like he says, yaar, he kahe ko mardo yaar. Like what kind of a man are you? And the king says that, it's true what Tarafa says about you. That لا خير فيه غير أن له غنى وأن له كشحا إذا قام أهضم. That he says, what Tarafa said about you is so true. That, what the only thing you're good for is just being curvaceous. So obviously this guy now, Abdul Amr, he's like insulted. So human emotions, they get the better of us. So he says, aha. He says, well, you think that's bad? You should hear what he says about you. Now, if ever in history a sentence has caught somebody's attention, believe me, for the love of God, it has been that one. When somebody says, do you know what such and such, you should hear what such and such says about you. If our attentions are suddenly, acha, so what does he say about me? So he says, no, what does he say? So he reads this poem to him where basically Tarafa says about the king that we have a king who's if only in place of him we had a sheep. Basically, look, there's a little backstory to this, that the kings, and I've mentioned this before when I spoke of the later king, Nu'man ibn Munzir, they used to have these weird distribution of days. So they would say that they divide their days in two. Like one day, Yawm Bu's, Yawm Na'am. So they would have one day which is like for the people. Like let's say they see people, they deal with what they need and stuff. And they would have another day where they, for example, one of them, whoever he meets, he's going to kill him. Or some kings had that, but this guy, he would have a day where he goes hunting. That day you could be dying, he's not going to help you. He would only go hunting. And if he met people on that day and you came in his way, he would just shoot you with an arrow. So Tarafa had said a poem about him. He'd said that, this guy, this king, if we had a sheep in place of him, it would be more useful. At least it could kind of give us milk, like whenever we need it. He said he has a day where he goes hunting birds, like he sends off his falcon and he kind of hunts these birds. He says, well, at least the birds can fly away. What about us? We can't even fly away. So he had this poem. So this brother-in-law tells the king that he said this poem about you. Now, the king, Amr ibn Hind, gets incredibly insulted, but he kind of covers it up. He thinks, you know what? He boils when he hears this, that how dare he say that about me? But he wants to get him, but then he thinks, you know what? If I tell this guy that I'm going to get him, this guy maybe he'll have a change of heart, because ultimately he's related to him. Like if I tell him, watch, I'm going to chop him up now, then this guy might tell him and give him a head start to run away. So he kind of plays it cool and says, shut up, man. You're just hating on him. And he tries to keep it a bit easy. Like he tries to, but in his mind he's plotting away. Let alone this, the king had previously heard that, Mutalammis, this guy's uncle, who's also a poet, he had said a poem because they, if they want to diss you, he had said a poem dissing this king's brother. He had a brother called Qaboos who was also useless and so lazy that they said this poem about him being lazy. So anyway, in the weeks and months that go, this king decides, I want to get my revenge. Basically, there is no revenge. I want to kill him, execute him. But how do I do it? So he comes up with this plot. He says, okay, what I'm going to do, he says, invite them. So they invite, this invite goes to both of these. Tarafa ibn al-Abd and his uncle al-Mutalammis. They're getting invited. They're getting all dressed up. We're going to the royal court. Nice, this one, nice. So they go there, and Amr ibn Hind, he's obviously he's this huge king. Now, people say to him, if you invite them and kill them here, you're basically going to trigger off this whole tribe. Don't do that. Have them killed, but not here. And he says, okay, fine. So when he calls him, the king also has an ounce of doubt that is, maybe this guy isn't as I've heard about. Maybe he's a good guy or whatever. And so the worst thing happens here is when the king invites him, Tarafa, who's a young man, was incredibly kind of self-arrogant as well. So he kind of, even in front of the king, he's kind of doing this walk. He's kind of boxing. And Mutalammis does tell him, his uncle, you might want to take that down a notch because this king doesn't like arrogance. And he says, nah, what are you on about? He says, the king's invited us. He likes us, let's be ourselves and ha ha ha. And even in front of the king, he starts doing this little kind of dance. And the king is now definitely thinking, now this guy is so self-conceited that he definitely insulted me. I'm definitely going to do with this guy. So anyway, they chill, they spend their evening, they drink with the king, and they do all of this. And the king says, Puttar, oh, don't you worry, man. I got in store for you, man. I got in store. So the king says to him, you know what? I've got a gift for you. Gift. He says, really? He says, yeah. He says, you know what? In Bahrain, this other region, he says, we've had these amazing things turn up. He says, you know what? I'm gifting one to you. I'm gifting it to both of you. One each, yaar. One each. He says, here's a letter. He says, take this letter. It's got the royal stamp on it, royal seal. Take it to the governor of Bahrain, which Bahrain isn't the country Bahrain today, but it's that region of the eastern side of old, the Arabian Peninsula was called Bahrain back then. So they say, okay, they get incredibly chuffed. Now, as they're leaving the palace, they're all kind of chuffed. Oh, lottery, man, lottery. Mutalammis, the uncle, you see, he's slightly older in age. He says, yaar, dal mein kuch kala lag raha hai. He says, this one, my intuition, man, intuition. Something I tell you, if your intuition ever tells you something, see it through. There's no harm in being cautious. This guy, he says, my intuition is telling me something's wrong here. So he says to Tarafa, you know what? Let's open up this letter. Let's open it up. Tarafa says, you mad? That's the royal seal. If we open it, we violate it. It's like a sacrilege. This guy's a king. And we're going to get a prize. So Mutalammis is like, man, no, yeah, this one, too much, man, too much. So whilst they were in Hira, which is the capital, cultural capital, he quickly finds some young lad who looks a bit educated. And he asks him, look, excuse me, can you read? Because this guy himself, he couldn't read. He was a great poet, but he couldn't read. This also shows how they used to make poetry intuitively. It wasn't an educated process, like institutionally educated. So he finds this young man who can read, and he says, look, he says, read this for me. So they break the seal, and he reads it, and the guy's like, whoa. And he goes, whoa, whoa. What do you mean, whoa? Abe, ho ka raha hai? What's going on? And the guy says, well, he says, who on earth is mutalammis? And he goes, mutalammis? वो तो अपुन है यार. That is me. He says, God damn. He says, it says in here that when mutalammis comes to you, kill him. So mutalammis is absolutely petrified. He's like, what the hell? Grabs the letter, rips it up, throws it in this river. This river, which he says a poem about. He says, فَأَلْقَيْتُهَا فِي جَنْبِ كَافِرٍ, because it was called Kafir, that river was. And he says something about كَذَلِكَ, that's how I throw كُلَّ قِطٍ مُضَلَّلِ, that every piece of paper that misguides I throw. He said this poem. So he rips it and then he goes to Tarafa. He says, Tarafa, he says, what the hell? He says, you know what? You got to throw away that goddamn letter. It's a death sentence. You're carrying your own death sentence. So they said, the guy said, no, look, don't be silly. You would never do that to us. It's the king. So Mutalammis begs him, look, please don't listen to me. I'm parting ways. I'm out of here. I'm going straight back to our territory. And I'm getting out of here. Not even our territory. I'm saying, look, let's save ourselves. The king is after us. And I knew it because I had insulted his brother and you'd insulted him. So Tarafa says that, you know what? I don't believe it. I'm such a world-renowned poet. There's no way the king would do this to me. I'm going to collect what's mine. And so what happens is he continues, he persists, and he goes to Bahrain. And, you know, and when he gets there, the kind of, it's not a king, but the deputy, the kind of governor of Bahrain, who's under this king, he opens it and he looks at Tarafa, and he's heard of Tarafa, because everybody's heard of Tarafa. He's this renowned celebrity poet. He says to him, do you know what's in this letter? He says, a prize? He says, it's instructions that I execute you. And he says, and now that it's come to me, I must do it. So he says to Tarafa that, okay, the least I can do is your favors, huh? He says, the favor I can do is I can allow you to choose how I execute you. Yes. Your compassion. Allah, huh? Irhamu man fil ard yarhamkum man fis sama. Have compassion on those on earth, the one above will have compassion on you. So this compassion, he says, you know what? I got to be compassionate. So he says, the least I can do is let you choose. Your multiple choice. So it's interesting actually that he actually, you see, that the death that they used to choose, in many ways, it was much more compassionate. That what he said is, okay, he said, if there's no way, if it's inevitable, he said, then let me drink till I get drunk. And when I pass out, then he says that just to slit an artery and let me bleed out. And that evening he spends there and he's kind of obviously dining and then he's drinking and he says poems as well. And he says poems too that are transmitted even to his ala abligha, to this brother-in-law of his, abligha Abdullah. He's saying that, you know, tell this servant of this misguided person, وَقَدْ يُنْبِئُ, what is it? وَقَدْ يُنْبِئُ الْأَنْبَاءَ عَنْكَ رَسُولُ. It's an amazing poem, that one, by the way, he says to him. And he says that وَإِنِّي لَأَعْلَمُ عِلْمًا He says, إني أعلم علما ليس الظن أنه إذا ذل مولى المرء فهو ذليل. That if he says, I know that basically if somebody, one of your people, if one of you is denigrated, is at a loss, then you are at a loss. He's saying to him, he says, كيف ضللت القصد كيف تضل القصد? How can you leave that? How can you go astray? That he's asking him. والحق واضح وللحق بين الصالحين سبيل. That the truth, that what is right has a known way amongst people. People know what it means to be right. And he says to him that إذا المرء لم يعفو إذا المرء يوما لم, he says إذا المرء لم يعفو يوما فكاهة من لم يرد سوءا بها لجهول. He says if a person can't even forgive a joke, like I said a poem about you as a joke, and you took it to this extent that you are having me killed. This is, he says, that person, what ignorance does that person live and reside? And he says, إن اللسان إذا لم ما لم تكن له. He says, إن لسان المرء ما لم تكن له. That if a person can't even have control over his tongue, حصاة على العورات لدليل. That it is just something that shows his weakness. And he has this kind of beautiful line at the end of it where he says, تعارف أرواح الرجال إذا التقى. That he says, the souls of people knew from long ago that فَمِنْهَا عَدُوٌ يُتَّقَى وَخَلِيلٌ. That it knows that there are some who are venomous, they're enemies, they're adversaries, they're not going to help you, and there's some that will kind of be true to you. And in some ways this echoes the hadith that the Prophet said, al-arwah junudun mujannada, that there's these souls that they have this consciousness, that they know, they gel, they harmonize, and there's some that are adversarial. It's amazing, his poems, honestly. They have so much, and his mu'allaqa, he says in the end of it, and this is why in it, this line, that لَظُلْمُ ذَوِي الْقُرْبَى أَشَدُّ مَضَاضَةً عَلَى النَّفْسِ مِنْ وَقْعِ الْحُسَامِ الْمُحَنَّةِ. That when those who are near to you oppress you, it is worse than being hit by the most powerful sword there is. And in the end, he seals that mu'allaqa with ستبدي لك الأيام ما كنت جاهلا ويعتك بالأخبار من لم تزودي. Allah, this line is golden. He says that the days and time itself will unveil to you what you are ignorant about. That time will show you. ستبدي لك الأيام ما كنت جاهلا. You don't know about it, time will teach you. ويأتك بالأخبار من لم تزودي. That reality will come to you in a way that you haven't. That a person, he says, that a person will come to you with the news that you did not pay or prepare. But such is time. It will do it. It will show it to you. He says, وَيَأْتِكَ مَنْ لَمْ تَبِعْ لَهُ يَوْمًا. The ending of that. ستبدي لك الأيام ما كنت جاهلا ويأتك بالأخبار من لم تزودي ويأتك بالأخبار من لم تبع له بتاتا ولم تضرب له وقت موعد. Allah. You know, this poem, this part of it, I learned this when I was in that Dawra Hadith. You know that. So it's probably about 20 years ago. Wow. Honestly, it's such an amazing line. If you're going to learn a certain couplet, or certain lines from Arabic poetry, this is definitely one. He says, and such people will come and be the kind of the bearers of news that you have never traded with. You don't know them from anywhere, but such is time. It's amazing. And this actually comes in a hadith. I'll share that with you in a moment as well. But this legend of a man dies at this very young age. And what this letter that he carries became known as Risalatal or Sahifa, the letter of al-Mutalammis. So people in time to come would name this phenomenon, that if I'm sending a letter with you, that when you get there, it says, kill the messenger, that kill the bearer of this letter, this notice. This became a tactic, and it took on the name Risalatul Mutalammis or Sahifatul Mutalammis, because his uncle was called Mutalammis. His uncle actually gets away. He runs and then seeks refuge with the Ghassanids in Busra. And then he writes poetry dissing all the Lakhmid kings and kind of absolutely humiliating them. He really laments his nephew's loss and speaks about him. And Tarafa dies at this young age, but leaves behind such a rich legacy, full of wisdom, even though he was only 26 or 27. That goes on right till our very age. And this poem of his, that Satubdi lakal ayyamu ma kunta jahilan, is even cited by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So it's so when you think about it, from that era of sadness right down to even the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said this poem, these words, and you today here are kind of saying them. That Satubdi lakal ayyamu ma kunta jahilan. That time will teach you about that which you today remain ignorant of. Allahu Akbar. I have to say, there is honestly splendor and strength in stories. So I hope that's been of some benefit. Let me share the link and get some of you guys on, and we'll wrap this up. Okay. All right, let me just check. What is the time? All right, we got to wrap this up as well. All right. Oh, whilst I've shared the link, this hadith, it's interesting actually, just as a phenomenon. There are several hadith that the Prophet ﷺ cited this poem, or at least this part of the stanza. Satubdi lakal ayyamu ma kunta jahilan. Now, it comes in Tirmidhi, I believe in the Adab al-Mufrad of Bukhari, it's in Nasa'i, it's in a bunch of other narrations as well. What's interesting, I'll tell you, is there is a narration that comes in the Musnad of, I believe it's in the Musannaf of Abdul. Okay, so it comes there, but it's transmitted through Abdul that the Prophet ﷺ tried to read this poem and got it wrong. It comes in the tafsir of this ayah in Surah Yasin, وَمَا عَلَّمْنَاهُ الشِّعْرَ وَمَا يَنْبَغِي لَهُ. Okay, that we did not teach him poetry and it was not befitting of him. Now, this does not mean the Prophet ﷺ was not a poet, and he wasn't interested in poetry. He had an incredibly serious task at hand that completely immersed the Prophet's attention and his life since prophethood. So he wasn't interested in poetry, but he didn't he wasn't averse to poetry, as some people feel, maybe to certain poetry that was just about, humiliating people and things like that, or that was glorifying superstition and that kind of stuff. But otherwise, the Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith that inna min ash-shi'ri la hikmah, indeed wisdom is found in poetry. And some people, maybe out of a love for the Prophet ﷺ and trying to distance him from poetry, when they transmitted this, they said that, oh, he got it wrong. So in this transmission that you find with Abdul Razak, he says this line that the Prophet, he says the whole poem. ستبدي لك الأيام ما كنت جاهلا ويأتيك, instead of ويأتيك بالأخبار من لم تزود, it says ويأتيك من لم تزود بالأخبار. So it's got the poem wrong. Like it's saying the same meaning, but it's not in the poetic. And then Abu Bakr radiallahu anh, in this narration, corrects the Prophet. He says, La ya Rasulullah, it's not this, it's actually وَيَأْتِكَ بِالْأَخْبَارِ مَنْ لَمْ تُزَوِّدِ. And then the Prophet says, oh, don't you know, Allah never taught me poetry and it doesn't befit me. You see, in some ways, and I'm kind of reading into the minds of these people narrating this, maybe they're coming from a place of love for the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that they are trying to distance the Prophet even further from poetry. You see, that they're trying to say, well, oh, we don't want people to say that the Prophet knew poetry, so let's distance him further. And somewhere along the line, maybe somebody has manipulated this narration, or they've mistold it to say, oh, and the Prophet got the poem wrong. You see, and that is a misplaced love. You see, because the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, even he wasn't a poet, but he was aware of his surroundings. He knew that people said poetry. He'd heard many poems whilst growing up, because that was the thing. It's like, somebody may not be into movies today or into TV series but they've heard of them. They know what they are. They will know, I know what Breaking Bad is about. I know what, I don't know, Lost, or these other different TV series. They know what they are about, whether they've watched them or not, because they are a part of that social fabric. This in no way detracts. In fact, it really shines a light on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam's his life, that he was a part and parcel of that. So people, maybe somebody, this is the rationale behind this transmission, that where this story comes from, because it's absolutely weak, this narration, and it's been declared weak, and many people have clearly said that it's weak and unacceptable. But maybe this is some of the rationale behind it, that they're trying to, that there's this love for the Prophet, and they're trying to put it in a nice light. And what's interesting is even Imam Malik, Ibn Abi Hatim brings in his response, he brings the chain going back to Imam Malik, that Imam Malik says, because in this chain you've got from Abdul Razak, Ma'mar, from Qatada, from Aisha. And he says, Malik says that, honestly, this is, Imam Malik, he says, Ma'mar, he says, what a guy. Because Ma'mar is this transmitter who has so many narrations. And he says, what a guy. Ayyama rajulin. He says, if only he didn't have this problem. He says, this, if only he didn't have this khasla, this bad issue with him, this quality, if we can call it a quality. And they say, yeah, Abu Abdullah, the Imam Malik, what's this thing? And he says, he's taking tafsir from Qatada. Because Qatada, he would transmit on many occasions. His tafsir was often unreliable. And even in this narration, Qatada is saying directly that Aisha says this. Obviously, Qatada's never met Aisha radiallahu anha. So you can see this tradition. And you can see maybe people along the way maybe doing it with a good intention to kind of add value to the Prophet. But the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is in such value. It's not our place to add value. He is already so valued. You see, we don't need to distort any of the facts to try to think that it will make him more valuable. The Prophet is already incredibly valuable, beautifully valuable to us as he is. We don't need to manipulate anything. And Imam Malik correcting that there as well, saying that, look, this, it's just, wow, it's a gem. And it is, the narration is that the Prophet did say at least half of the line, and he didn't say mistakenly. He knew the line. He said, "Satubdi laka al-ayyamu ma kunta jahilan." He said that, time will teach you what you are ignorant of. This line from Tarafa ibn al-Abd al-Bakri's Mu'allaqa. People, right, let's move on. Let's get some people. Let's see. All right. Then we can wrap this up. All right. So, all right. Who have we got here? Right. What's this? Oh, no, this is my the clip. Let me remove that. We've got Khalil. All right. Let's add Khalil. Assalamu alaikum.
All right. How's it going? Let me put my headset too so you can.
All right, so we can both sit like pilots. I like it.
Echo, Roger.
All right. So, Khalil, where are you joining us from, first of all?
I'm in Montreal, Quebec, in Canada.
All right, Montreal.
11:45 p.m. right now. Yeah. I really enjoy your shows, man, Mufti, and it's a lot of wisdom in it. And
I appreciate that, man. Talk to us about. Tell us. Well, are you a student? Are you working? What are you doing?
I'm in between states, so I used to work as delivery, and I'm a sound designer actually. I do sound design.
Sound designer, did you say?
Yeah, so like audio post production for movies. I can capture sound.
Wow.
Process it. Create some stuff. I can share a link later. You can see my portfolio. But
yeah, you know what? Message me on. Oh wow. Calligraphy as well, man of many talents. Allah, as Tarafa ibn al-Abd had just said about that poem, that تعارف أرواح الرجال إذا التقى فمنهم عدو يتقى وخليل. Allah, and there is a friend here. You've got a skilled person. You have to, at the end of this, you have to drop me a message on Insta. We'll keep connected. That sounds very useful. I don't know how that will be useful, but it sounds useful.
I can help you out with your videos too. Yeah, sure.
Allah. So talk to us. Is there any, enlighten us with some thoughts or a question, or what's going on? What's preoccupying your precious mind?
I've been wondering about the subject of Tahannuf, about Prophet's Tahannuf before the prophethood.
Wow.
And about breathing meditation in general, because I'm not finding a lot of info about this subject, where if breathing was such a important thing to do in a lot of civilizations, from if you have read the book called Breath, the New Science of a Lost Art, it's quite an interesting.
Allah's art.
No, a lost art. So.
Lost art. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Wow. No, it sounds very interesting. I'm interested.
I would suggest to read, and I've found some stuff with the Sufis. I think there's the Khushkhardam from the Naqshbandi tariqas, but other than that, it's very ambiguous, and you can't really find specific exercises. But I've been wondering, what's is there anything? Have you come across any
I'm totally with you. I am as intrigued soulfully with this whole genre, if it's a genre or category of Tahannuf, and what is, because the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam would definitely not only practice this mindfulness, let's say whatever it was, but this mindfulness, but not only practice it, but it was necessary for as the pre-runner to set
like the stepping stone,
the stage, the stepping stone for the Prophet to become at the maqam of prophethood. So he, to I'm not saying that people that would do this would become prophets, but the Prophet himself, it was the kind of the readiness to it. And obviously, as Islam came, dawned on the stage, it had a huge task at hand, as the Quran says, "Sanulqi alayka qawlan thaqila." This is like a heavy task, alladhi anqadha dhahrak. It's almost breaking your back, the burden of it. So yes, I get it that the task at hand, was so immense that the attention had to be focused on that, and it was no longer, it wasn't at leisure to be about, just mindfulness and people. So this kind of fell out of focus, I guess, with maybe it carried on, but people, the companions generally, or the Salaf, don't speak so much about it. So maybe it was there, maybe people were still doing it, but not, it was just on the outskirts on the periphery, because a lot's going on. All this is going on, and people are converting, all these battles and wars and poverty, and setting up a society and structuralizing it and having systems in place. And so maybe it just fell to the periphery and then kind of fell off the landscape as time went by. But it seems to have been picked up again by the Sufi, some of the Sufic practices, especially some of the Eastern Sufic practices. And I think, like you mentioned, the Naqshbandis, and I think some others as well, maybe some of the Chishtis.
The Shadilis in North Africa, I think some of them do, but like it's in another form, like the breathing is another form. It's not Tahannuf exactly. It's not like emptying the self. I think I heard somebody explaining Tahannuf as emptying the self from like idols and stuff, and focusing on God. And I think
because
it's important practice as it itself.
Yeah, because in the East, you see a lot of them, not a lot, but or a lot of the people who were focusing in on this, zeroing in on this practice, they saw this as a tradition, of a technique. So it's a bit like saying,
like martial artists do.
Exactly. I was just about to say martial arts. Because I was just about to say, it's like martial arts, people who use this for a method, now for an objective, because this is pre-Islam. The Prophet is practicing this. So now a lot of them in India, they saw that were zeroing in on this. They saw that, actually the yogis have this as a meditative practice. So it's not religious in and of itself, focusing on the breath. It's an instrument. So you see many of them adapting the yogic kind of Indian practices to the Islamic paradigm. So they take some of the chakra points and they bring them over, and they call them lata'if.
Yes.
So they call them the lata'if sitta, the 6 chakra, their kind of points. I know the chakra points are 7, but they kind of bring their rendition to it. They kind of touch, like it's like trial and error. They're practicing.
Kind of like.
And I've read some of them speak about the breath and the practicing until you kind of can feel this vibration. And I've read in some places, I've only read in English, where they speak of, so for example, Aurangzeb's brother, who was Dara Shikoh, who's eventually executed by.
He's quite
so he has some works, and I've read from some of those extracts where he's speaking about the breath and about the humming sound and he likens this to being very. So he highlights the importance of this vibrational, this hum, which he says is the kind of the humdrum of existence. And when people hum into it, they kind of syncing their vibrational frequency with the humdrum of reality.
Yeah, that's
And
quite
he,
an interesting point about like when I study sound and like audio and all that stuff. It's like it's an interesting point how much like sound affects the human body, and like how it affects like our physiology and our mood. And some music like will bring you into like a state of like happiness or even darkness. Some like there's some dark
it's
music.
amazing, isn't it? You know, I'll tell you. You know, this years ago, my little Zara, she's now 7, okay, but when she was just, I think, 3 or something. So at that time, I was sitting here once, and I can't remember. There was something on, and it was just like, I think it was just poetry or something, but it was instrumental music actually. I think it was just instrumental, and I'm sitting here, and Zozo must have come in, and it's interesting. She said to me that because at that time she was just speaking and stuff, and she said that makes me sad, and I remember being really kind of like intrigued that what does, and she said that music, it makes me sad, and I was like, wow, like I thought, because it kind of hit me that, you see, without a context, there was nothing like visually sad.
Like you can say it's from fitra, like what, like
it's from the fitra.
Our
like it hit me.
Permits like our access to that realm. And I even notice it with my niece. So like she's listening to music. She's like barely 2 years old, and she dances to any rhythm like naturally. Like she moves and she laughs when like the music is fun and stuff like that.
Yeah, that they can tell that.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting. But to go back to the point of humming, we even like have that effect when we say Ameen in Jama'ah, and like everybody says Ameen, and it's like elongated, and everybody's
and it creates that.
Like it's like that vibration. Everybody's like silent after that.
And it's true, you know, even just this kind of that beat thing, that vibration. In many ways, I was saying this a bit earlier on today, that I remember on YouTube you can click the Earth's kind of vibrational frequency. It's kind of frequency sound that it's people have these going on for hours.
Stars, there's somebody like that did like a composition how the stars are moving, and he created like a composition from their like the frequency they're moving in, and like created notes from it. There's a TED talk, and I'll send you this in a link later. Probably.
Because one could, you see, what one could kind of extract from this is, if we take it down, that existence comes into reality by an utterance. The Quran saying it's an utterance of kun, this just be. And if you're taking utterance to its kind of like a reductionist form, it's just vibration that is giving rise to reality, and everything beginning with just vibration. And in some ways you could say, well, that's also in some ways like the Big Bang is this vibration of energy that releases this whole
bang of energy. Probably it was like a huge sound, but we can't hear that. We don't know how it sounded or how it was.
Yeah, we don't.
Leaves you wondering.
But it must have had it must have had a vibration at the very, the whole fusion begins with some kind of vibration, isn't it? And then obviously explodes.
Indeed. Even like we as humans cannot even like access like the full scale of like the sound frequencies, if you know. So we can like hear from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. But there's like lower than that. There's like the sub frequencies, and there's like high frequencies. And like whales will communicate with like higher frequencies that we like barely hear like the end of their spectrum, or like the beginning of their spectrum, and they go even higher. Like you can say like also dogs will like have like sharper hearing than humans, and they will hear like more detailed. But like
I remember, on that, I remember the study into kind of like the infrasound, and they were explaining that, like you mentioned, at 20 kind of decibels we start, but certain creatures will communicate at a sub frequency. So let's say at 19, 18. Now, what they found in a particular study, that certain people, they sometimes get like they get a very scary feeling, and they can't explain why they're scared.
They call it the fear frequency. The fear frequency.
Yes. So, but the study that kind of led to, or the one that I was reading that led to highlighting this, was that there was this alleged haunted basement. So these in this kind of office kind of building, where whoever would go in there, they would kind of freak out, and they would think that did they see something, and they would freak out, but they wouldn't. Like they couldn't see anything, but everybody that went in there, and there was this kind of like this old storage or whatever they had there. So there was this rumor about this being haunted. So eventually what happens is they get it all checked out, and people are trying to see what is it. But everybody or many people that go, they freak out, and they don't know why they're freaking out. They think they've seen something, or they think they can't see, and they're just so this ominous. And then it turns out that there was some apparatus, I can't remember, some equipment that was emitting an infra frequency sound. So infrasound. Sub frequency. So it was at like 19 decibels. So we couldn't hear it, but humans have evolved. They were showing that, especially to safeguard us from, let's say, things like elephants or certain attacks, where animals were communicating, but we couldn't see them, but we could still pick it up as a defense mechanism to know something's wrong. And we would know to move out of that territory. And we still have this as a vestige kind of ability and modality, but we're unaware of it. So I found that so fascinating.
Yeah, indeed. But like I have like a couple points to add on that. Like well, why I called it fear frequency, because there's like an article when I was studying sound, and the teacher was showing us like how like we're teaching us about sub frequencies and all that stuff. He told us like, interestingly, they discovered that like tigers and lions in general, when they growl, the lowest frequency in their growl is 19 hertz, and that helps paralyze their prey. And I find it quite interesting. And on top of that, like you talked about the haunted house in horror movies, where they used to like make you feel eerie and like uncomfortable in those like horrific scenes, or like they're gonna jump scare you. They will use a sub frequency in mixing the movie. So like they will add a track of frequency, so it can, like, they make you feel, oh my god, this movie makes me want to throw up, and like and make me afraid. Like it will trigger like neurological.
That's amazing, isn't it? That's so. I on one way, you just gotta admire the amount of hard work going into it. I love it. Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing, because when you said about tigers, I remembered it did mention amongst elephants, it mentioned tigers as well, communicating in these sub frequencies. Wow. But yeah, wow, Khalil, it's been epic. I really enjoyed this. So yeah, definitely do send me a message on Instagram, and let's kind of stay connected. And definitely we'll catch up and we'll talk a lot more about this. I'm definitely enjoying that. So shukran for joining. Take care. Assalamu alaikum. Likewise. Peace out, man. People, that was Khalil of Rai. What a discussion right there on sound. We've got Mohammed Wilkin. Oh,
I was playing with my haram music stick. Sorry about that. But anyway, I was waiting a long time to use that.
How are you keeping? It's been ages I haven't heard that laughter.
Yeah. It's been so long. I'm currently in Turkey, Istanbul, right now.
Has something happened to one eye?
Oh no, I was always like this. Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
no.
So I got into a scuffle. I got into a scuffle with someone. Yeah. I'm just constantly winking at you, Mufti. I'm just constantly.
Okay, is that it? I just never got the signal. You're like.
Yeah. I thought you weren't getting it. Thank God, now you got it now.
Finally. You're like this guy's like bottom set. He's like, like the special educational.
Yeah, like I had to teach you about pigs in Minecraft, and I had to. It's so cool. It's so cool that clip on YouTube. That's so cool,
Speaking of the pigs in Minecraft, we actually spoke today about cats eating halal food. Like the companies. This was a discussion today about the feeling guilty about the cat. Is it eating a halal mouse or is it? I just thought that was so kind of like hilarious.
Yeah, but, exactly.
Yes. So what have you been up to, Wilkins?
What have you been up to? Well, I came to Turkey about 3 months ago. And,
are you in Turkey now? Last we spoke, you were in Morocco.
That's right. Yeah. So I left I came to Turkey in 30th November, and I'm about to go to Georgia. So I'm going to leave Turkey in about a week.
Wow.
Yeah. I just decided I'll travel around.
This is proper Ibn Battuta. I'm loving it.
Yeah, basically Ibn Battuta, Yeah.
I wonder what other aspects are going on.
I was gonna say, but I want the full Ibn Battuta experience,
This is. That's an amazing, like a travel agency brochure right there. Do you want the full Ibn Battuta experience, or you want the? Those that don't know, Ibn Battuta, wherever he would settle, in between, he would have to kind of obviously not only experience the local cuisine, but he'd have to marry into the local.
Oh, yeah, exactly, yeah.
So there you go.
But I know I'm laughing about it, but.
What gave you that impression? Okay.
But I woke up this morning. It's 3 hour. Turkey's 3 hours ahead of the UK, by the way. So
sure. Okay.
Yeah. So it's a good time. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I was listening to you, and what was so I haven't been watching you for months now. But it's nice when I came back. Sorry,
that wasn't nice putting a full stop there. You go, I haven't been watching you for months. It's nice. Full stop. And you're like, I'm like, oh, okay. It's like a public roast.
But it's nice that I come back to you this morning.
That was the new sentence. Oh, sorry.
Yes, that's it. Yes, and it's nice that even though I'm in a very different headspace than I was a few months ago, I still feel that I can resonate with what you're saying and stuff like that. And yeah, I find that amazing, because I thought that now a lot of things in my mind have internally changed. My relationship with my faith has changed and stuff like that.
Okay.
But still,
relationships have changed as well.
My relationships have changed too. So, and I'm just happy that I can still resonate with what you're saying. That what you're saying still resonates with me. It's not that you have to resonate with everyone, but at least for now, you resonate with me, so that's great. You know. So
I have to say that's like the kind of that's like one of the most, like, I don't know, like surprising, different kind of compliments. You know, well, you still resonate with me for now, so it's like a proper backhand compliment.
we have fun here. We have fun here. So I do have some questions or just
go for it.
So the first, because I wanted to mention a couple of things before I ask the questions, right? So the first thing is, you know, you told the story about Mutalammis, and it's just I felt this like nostalgia, because you've told that story before on a previous. You've told it before, and because I can remember it because like I used to many months ago, I used to watch you while playing other games like Minecraft, or I was watching on the PS playing Monster Hunter, and I can remember playing Monster Hunter while hearing that story.
Was it from like the Monday nights before?
Yes,
I think I think so, because I don't think I've said it in this meaning with MALM thing, but I think before.
But you didn't say it in this much detail. I feel like you've gone into more detail this time.
I definitely, cool. This was a lot more detail.
But I remember, because I was playing Monster Hunter. I can even remember the mission I was on in Monster Hunter.
Wow.
Well, listen, you know, so that it was a nice nostalgia feeling, you know. Anyways, and then also to add to the sub-frequency thing you were having. So in Japan, in the arcades, they play a particular frequency of sound to keep animals away and to keep young teenagers away, because teenagers, their ears are still sensitive. They can hear this particular frequency. So the arcades in Japan, they actually do this. But if your hearing is not good, it doesn't bother you. But for some people whose hearing is sensitive, it actually hurts them. So
it just has the old people in there and the deaf.
Right.
And you got all the deaf youngsters are wandering in like aimlessly.
Exactly.
No, but that's a genius idea, though. Not about the deaf people, but about the genius idea about to deter the younger people from
the riffraff, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
But just get on with my questions. Let's get on with my questions now, Mufti. I'm joking. No. So you were saying, you know, like I was like impressed with Tarafa, you know, and you said he has so much wisdom, and I was kind of impressed that a lot of his wisdom, like you said, was echoed in the you know, from the Prophet as well, right? How did he have such an amazing wisdom at such a young age? Because I'm like 29, going on to 30.
Yeah, because
his travels, or is it because
Tarafa, he's seen as incredible, like for such a young man, because when he passes, he's either 27 or 26 or something. Yeah. Now, for somebody so young to have so much wisdom, because, you know, when you hear his poems, he's talking about life and battles, and he's talking about, you know, the time will tell you, and you're like, whoa. But I feel that, you know, in many parts of the world historically, so pre-modernity, there was and it was more amplified in some places than others, that there was not really much of an infantilized period for children. So children had an incredibly, so they had a stage of just sheer dependency. So let's say they're 5 years old, you know, they're just really dependent. But as soon as they came of some capacity, before that, I feel like, let's say they're 7, that they can now talk, understand things. I feel that they had to start contributing to the household chores and kind of the survival
You see
network.
this in like old like Hans fairy tales, for example. When I was younger, I read these, and these are like and Brothers Grimm. These you see like boys who are 12, but they're like as big as men in some cases, and in some, they're expected to get married in some cases.
So I don't know. So I don't know about. I'm not saying they physically looked like.
Yeah, I know. Some of them do,
but they were treated like they were adults. So as in, so for example, when I was in Pakistan many years ago studying, I remember going with this one time with my uncle, and we stopped off at this garage. So there's this mechanic, and so they go. So they call a lot of even in some of the Arab world, they'll call people like, let's say, ustad. Yeah, like teacher. You know, it doesn't mean teacher, but they'll call like a mechanic ustad. They'll call a barber ustad. So they're saying, look, ustad Kubala, call the ustad, yeah, the mechanic, the main, call the main man of the garage. So this guy comes and whatever, and he's like, and so we think it's him, and he's like, no, he's like, he's coming. So he moves, and there's this literally like this 11-year-old or a 12-year-old who's like, he's down there, and he's kind of, and he comes, and he's like, he's kind of drinking this water or something, and he's like, and he's talking, and his mannerisms are as though he's an adult. He's like, don't worry about it, we'll get it sorted. It's probably this thing. Tell him to line it with him. And I'm just looking at this kid, and I'm looking at my uncle and he's acting like his mannerisms are as though he's an adult. So he'll be like, and he's kind of drinking this bottle and he's putting it down like an adult would. And he's like, don't worry about it. Give us an hour. We'll get this fixed. And so I, as we walked away, I said to my uncle, I was like, what the hell? That's a kid. And he said, yeah, but but it's a common phenomenon there that you get people that they kind of take on that role. Then they kind of act into it as well. They act like they grow, except they're just like mini adults. So they'll just act like, talk like adults and swear like, they'll do the kind of whole spiel. But
I think what you're exposed to really changes you, because I feel like, for example, my father was quite open to me about sexual matters, for example. Even when I was as young as 7, he would talk to me about sex and stuff like that. And I feel like that made me more.
If you're in any danger, just blink twice.
I
I don't know. Shall we send the backup? I don't know. I can't tell whether both his eyes are blinking or. Okay, just close both eyes, and I'll know to send some help.
No, but it's no, but anyway. But I do feel like it definitely helped, because like there are so many but then I was once reading this science fiction story, and the world is ending and all of that, and in this part of the book, they're in a hospital room, the mother's in the bed, the children are there. Now the adults are about to talk about some serious stuff, so the father takes the children out of the room, and I was thinking, why are they sheltering or cocooning the children from this discussion? Why? Why? And even there's another scene. They're underground, and the elevator to the underground has collapsed, right? And they're all kind of trapped down there. Yeah. Again, the parents don't really tell the children what's going on. They just kind of keep the children kind of like calm and stuff like that. But I just feel like, what is this infantile? And obviously, it's written by an American, and I feel like there is this culture in America to protect children from anything that will harm them, anything that will hurt their feelings. And I feel that's weird. That's mollycoddling, right? But what's your opinion? I'm not a father, but you are. So what's your opinion about the mollycoddling?
What? Right. Okay. So to kind of coddle the children, and I feel that are we talking about sexual stuff? Or are we talking about just anything?
No,
because I think I think it's instinctual. So I think it's instinctual to want to protect children from harm, to protect yourself and the near and dear, and especially the vulnerable. I think it's instinctual. Right. But then so now what happens is, so let's say that's a horizon. It's kind of like, so okay, so there's some things which are clear, ostensible, ostensibly harmful. Okay, so that's understandable clearly. And then as the kind of this gradient comes down, I think it comes to a point where people may not be sure, but maybe they just feel some unsettled nature about it. So they it's still part of that gradient for them, even though it's not maybe harmful, like how, you know, protecting them from kidnappers and preventing them from, you know, protecting them from all of this stuff that comes down. And then you think, well, okay, what about, because are we talking about the sexual awareness and knowledge around?
Why not? So
So,
but I do think
because it is like, because people find out, kids find out, of course,
and more so nowadays with the internet, you know. So
yeah, they do find out, and you'd rather. I get it, but it is a it's you see, nobody. This is the thing, you know. Earlier on, we were speaking about relationships, and I said that, you see, nobody teaches us how to handle relationships, and equally, nobody really teaches us how to parent, because there's always a uniqueness to your scenario. Because even the child, even you are, in many ways, you. I mean, there's you know, there's generalization. We're all humans and so on, but we're very unique as well in some ways, like a particular kind of personality and so on. So nobody teaches us what is, and I'm not saying there is a perfect way to do it, but we're kind of winging it along the way. And people, I don't know, like they think, well, at what point do we talk about certain things, and how? So, for example, public display of affection. This is another. How much affection should be displayed in front of the kids? So, I don't know. I guess this is a debate. You know, it's a discussion, and some people, there may be zero. You know, even sitting on the same sofa, maybe like, what the hell are you doing, woman, sitting here? Can't you see there's kids here? You know, like, I mean, if you go back a few decades, so there'll be to maybe holding hands to some people is too much, to maybe putting your arm around, having a hug, maybe a peck, maybe a kiss, maybe a full-on kiss to some people, maybe I don't know, like, what you see. And the culture will
oh my god.
You see, I don't know, because culture will kind of shape to some extent. Definitely, I think it will be the greatest, actually, maybe one of the greatest denominators in kind of singling in kind of creating a consequence of that, a result of that. So, you know, I mean, what are your thoughts? Do you feel that's like a full-on PDA, the public display of affection?
You know, I prefer societies to have that, because, you know, I've been.
Do you mind me asking? And it doesn't have to be, or you don't have to answer at all. But when you grew up, because you said your father was very open about discussing sexual matters, was PDA very, like a public display at home, something very normal, common?
They kept it in the bedroom anyway, so, you know, so
okay, well,
you know,
that's okay.
Yeah, you know,
just the way that was said. They kept it in the bedroom. Well, so long as they didn't have you in the bedroom whilst they kept it in the bedroom.
Unfortunately, they didn't lock the door, you know. So anyway. You're joking now.
Well, this, ladies and gentlemen, is the consequence if you don't hide it away. You're gonna have your child wandering around the globe as everyone. So
Oh God, yeah, no,
yeah,
but
it's
yeah.
I'm. It's one of those things that I'd like to learn more about, and how people, because it's honestly, I genuinely feel like I don't know what is how do people do it. I'm curious about that. Yeah.
Curious about
Not how do they do it. How do they? I'm talking about the PDA, the public
yeah,
display.
PDA, right. If you need a few tutorials on YouTube, there are plenty of.
You
Anyway.
thought, acha, Mufti needs to know that. Very blessed are the naive and the innocent.
Yeah. So yeah, but the thing, they say traveling really opens your mind, and I've experienced that honestly, because like and even subtle things you start to reflect on. I'll give you an example just to highlight the point. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Obviously, I use Airbnb to travel, and in fact, in Istanbul, I've stayed in like 5 places. I was moving around, so I've been in different. I'm currently in the city center, but I was in different parts of Istanbul for the past 3 months, and so there were apartments that I stayed in, and there are multiple rooms in one flat or one apartment, and so the owner would often rent out to men and women, right? So and so
Nutty.
yeah, right.
So
So
you're seeking out multiple occupants at the same time, but they had to be
no,
of a particular.
it's not even clear on the Airbnb. Like you just think you're renting out a room, but you don't know who the other occupants are and whatever, and you don't know that it's mixed. You just don't know because it's not obvious on the Airbnb page. But you go there and you find out there are other occupants, and like for example, like I said, so there was one place that had an American woman and a Thai lady as well, right? And and they all, and each had our own room, and it was interesting to see what that felt like, because for me, I was like, "Ooh, I'm living with 2 women, great." But no, but it felt honestly, it felt normal. It didn't feel.
Yeah.
It didn't feel sexual. It didn't feel, and the fact that we each had our own room it gave us a sense of privacy, despite sharing an apartment together. Even and in every place I've been in, I've had my own room, and I've had that sense of privacy, and it made me reflect on, my own situation because when I was living in the UK and I had to find my own place to live. My brother and his wife wouldn't allow me to live with them. And they quoted religious reasons, which was crap. But and then she also, the wife was saying, "Oh, I need my privacy." And even though they would have had a room for themselves, and I would have had a room for myself if I had lived with them, and that would have been sufficient for privacy. And I'm experiencing that it is sufficient for privacy. I'm experiencing how easy it is, or how normal it feels, just to live with other.
Could I ask there though, Mohammed, that you see, is there just to kind of unwrap that slightly, that is there a distinction between people living as singles and people living as a couple? Because for example, you've got, let's say, 3 single individual strangers who are living in a room. So I'm living in my room, you're living in your room, somebody's living in their room, and we may have a shared kitchen and lounge and maybe a shared bathroom, I don't know, or maybe not. Now, but then let's say we're a couple here, and now somebody's. Would that change the dynamics? Because I think as a couple, you may want more privacy.
I lived in a previous place, and this place had like 5 rooms, right? And in fact, there was a couple that lived in one of the rooms. There was a Russian lady and a Chinese man, right? And she was their room was upstairs. And honestly, it felt like there was no, although there was one time where she was in the bathroom and I kind of opened the door and because she hadn't locked the bathroom. So I had to quickly close. So that did happen. Well, I didn't see her. But that.
Does that explain the eye? The thing
no. But that did happen. The Tarafa, yeah. You know, yeah. Thank God I didn't see her again, otherwise my other eye would have gone. No. No, anyway.
But could I ask here? Could I ask, just adding to that, what are the because you were in the UK previously, or
Right.
in a different country? UK was the first scenario, because
Yeah.
you see, how would you juxtapose the houses that you're staying in Istanbul, taking into consideration privacy, with a UK house? Because I find
UK houses are
depends
tiny, aren't
because,
they?
because I find that the UK houses, even if they're spacious, but they're not actually that kind of private for separate entities of people, because it's whereas when I've lived abroad, I've seen that like one room is here and the other person,
Right. Yeah,
spacious
that's
kind of
That's how it is. That's how it is in Turkey. One room is there, one room is there. So it's like so far apart. Yeah, you almost feel
So
like.
doesn't that change the dynamic of sharing space, because you're still kind of in your own?
A little bit, but and yeah, I admit that. I admit that. The point here, though, is that this is one of the reasons why my relationship to faith has changed, and my relationship to religious people have changed, because religious people, and it comes back to this idea of guilt and suffering. A lot of people use their religion as a way of self-torture, and this is the thing that I've done this to myself. I can say finally I feel like I can live almost guilt-free. But for a long time I've been living with a lot of guilt. About oh, I'm sinning, oh, I'm committing sin, oh, I need to be a better Muslim, oh, I don't want to ever incur God's wrath, and so on and so forth. And then a lot of people.
Sorry, it's just the way you're saying that. I've incurred God's wrath.
But like you were saying, the childlike way of thinking about it. It is childlike.
Yeah, infantilized. It is infantilized. Yeah.
It is. And I feel like, the truth of the matter, because I notice as well in many of your discussions, when people ask you a question like music, you say, well, you can take whatever interpretation helps you, I guess. But the reality is, the truth is, God's perspective. I think I'm thinking about it now. Maybe God doesn't have one perspective, but it doesn't matter. The point is, the truth lies somewhere, right? And it's either haram or
must it? Well, because it could be. It just be interpretation.
It could be a continuous spectrum. No, I mean absolute truth. I'm not talking about, because there's truth that we can be, because we have ways of trying to, epistemology, right? We have ways of trying to figure out the truth, but the truth is something. We're just sitting here as ignorant fools trying to figure this stuff out, right? And
sure, but the truth could be, for example, structure, as opposed to what fills the structure. Right. It could be. So for example, like, let's say somebody, you're trying to, I don't know, like you're trying to teach people. So you say, well, okay, I'm going to teach them this to this, or you've got this lesson to fill it in with something. Now that may be the reality, and maybe what you fill it in with is just something that helps them. It's not really an issue of truth, but helpful. It's helpful. Right. So if truth is something which I guess that might be the Nietzschean definition of truth as well. But if truth is something which brings good to you, but okay, sorry, carry on.
But in any case, I do feel faith. I'm not talking about religion, because religion is a bit separate from faith. I feel, because religion is the construct, and then faith is something that's inside that it's kind of like the fuel to practice religion. I feel. So faith is the more primordial aspect of the whole thing. I feel. What was I going to say? Yeah, faith shouldn't be something that you beat yourself with, or that you torture yourself with, or that you feel guilty about. And I feel that if you are becoming depressed, if you are feeling guilty, I feel like there's something you misunderstood something, honestly, and that is something that needs to be worked on. And there's something I realized, and take it as you will. We feel guilty about actions that we perceive are wrong. Meaning, if we don't consider those actions to be wrong, automatically the guilt vanishes, right? So there are many cases where we can talk about masturbation as an example, right? For you, I remember you have a video about
Okay,
years
I have
ago,
a video about. You need to finish this sentence because I do not have.
you have a video about all these preachers who now have come out after many years saying, "Oh,
Oh, right,
masturbation
okay.
is okay, it's okay," and it's like, okay, but for years they were saying it's haram, and I'm sure a lot of people struggled with this. It was something that I personally struggled with. Not anymore, but no, but the thing is, like, honestly, like,
Well, ain't we all at ease knowing that we're now
yeah,
all at ease?
yeah. Yeah. So, but the thing is, like, it's the point here is that something like, for example, I mean, to use a really weird example, but like serial killers, right? They don't think murder is wrong, but that's why they do it. Yeah. But my point to demonstrate
But
there is
that may be that may be a pathology though, like an actual
yeah, sure.
something
But the
wrong in
point
the
is,
actual brain
but
structure.
like, like how the Vikings, how they, their way of burial, they thought it was
Yeah.
correct, but then I don't know, it wasn't Ibn Battuta, but it was someone else, another travel writer,
Yeah,
who was
Ibn
shocked by
Fadlan.
Ibn Fadlan, right? And then they were like, well, we find it crazy that you bury your dead. Like, isn't that humiliating? So so just the way our morality
I think
is.
absolutely. There's a comment here. I'll just bring it up. There were two by the same person actually, Raheem, where he said perhaps guilt and shame based cultures, and he had a similar one where he had said different cultures and places have different boundaries and taboos.
Right,
I think that's
right.
very well said by Raheem, and I think what it's highlighting is that there are many. So I think there's different components to this discussion. That there's you know what, actually, on a side note, I'd like to say, how about I mean, I'll carry on with this, but how about we get you on a mind trap and
Yeah,
we can kind of unpack a lot of these.
I wanted to offer that. I didn't think I was worthy to come to your show.
You're worthy, of course. You're worthy. You'd laugh your way into it.
Yeah,
It earned you the worthiness.
Yeah. No, honestly, I
So,
would love to. I would love to.
Okay, well,
yeah.
you know what? We'll do that when we finish this. Send me a message on Insta's a quick way, and then we'll hook up on WhatsApp, and we'll be connected, and we'll set that up. Okay.
Right.
So
because I have sent you messages on Instagram, but I haven't. Am I receiving? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what to do is send them, but if you feel they're not, just catch my attention. You'll catch it. Just drop a comment and then drop a message or something. You'll catch my attention, and I'll look out for it, your page, and we'll set it. But coming back to this, to kind of like seal this discussion, I think that look at
cultures in our mind trap, because that is something.
Yeah, I think that would be epic.
I've grown up in Saudi Arabia. I've grown up in the UK. I've even gone to Kuwait. I've lived in different countries, so I feel like I have something to say. And
let's do that. You know what? Let's unpack that there, because I think there's different components here. There's the element of culture. So culture does shape it clearly shapes boundaries to some extent, and it shapes taboos. So but then also you may find people. So for example, let's come back to this point of shared accommodation. So you will find many people now, let's say, many migrant communities, like let's say this is coming from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, places like that, where they lived for, forever in like these shared extended families, grandparents, all the brothers, all the wives, all the kids. And obviously it was normal, whole kind of extended families. And now they're still trying it, but obviously the culture here is clashing and it's a struggle. So you may get people from the same community, some of them saying, look, no, this is like let's say you said, oh, I want to live with my brother and my sister-in-law and his wife, but the problem is they saying, no, this is too imposing on our privacy.
Right.
So okay,
yeah.
the other component in this is that sometimes you will get perfectly healthy people who, not to say that these people ain't healthy, but people who are in this context are totally healthy, but when they take on religion, so for example, they convert to Islam. I was speaking in one of my perspective sessions with someone, my one-to-ones from Patreon, and he's a convert to Islam for a good while now. But this isn't the first. I've spoken to other people as well who had converted. The reason convert is significant here is because they don't come from a culture where this was already there. So it's important because it can be kind of focused on that. What they found was the minutia of detail, this kind of like you have to do this like this, this like this, this like this, put your hand over there, hand on this, do that, make sure this, every hair is washed, make sure this, make sure. It resulted in a kind of religionized pathology that they kind of found themselves, and they will describe to you that they before weren't this kind of a person that was, for example, guilt driven. Or they weren't worried about guilt before, let's say. And some of these guys, so let's take this one person as an example, anonymous, but he was from he wasn't so religious, but he came from a religious background. He wasn't an atheist, but they never had so many to-dos and don'ts, but he never had this kind of guilt. And now, then, not right now, but then he found himself becoming very guilt burdened and laden with like, oh my God, has this happened? Oh my God, OCD. And he wasn't like that. So, and now you see some psychologists will speak about religious OCD as a separate genre, because it seems to, but then you could say there are certain people who have religion and they don't get into OCD.
I think we go through that phase. I think you went through that phase in your 20s, and I've gone through that phase as well in my early 20s. And I feel like I've gone out of that. Like right now, all I care about are just simply the 5 pillars. These other do's and don'ts, as it were. Yeah. I feel like if I want to do the don'ts, I'll do them. If I don't want to do the don'ts, I won't do them. It's like, so it will be as I feel, basically. That's what I've decided for myself, right? But I will try and maintain the pillars, because I do feel just inside that Allah does want us to do those things, like the prayers and stuff.
Look, there are things, structure is important in life, just as routine, just as structure. And having some structure, even like as a ritual, it serves as a kind of anchor point. Even if in the moment you kind of do it robotically and mechanically, but maybe later on you will start to see, well, actually, it's an anchor point for me. So I feel that it's very, I agree with you. You share that it's very valuable and incredibly important. You know what? What we'll do is, because it's got quite late. What I was going to do is,
I'm too popular with you. That's why I'm taking all your time. But let's. but if we do a Minecraft.
No, let's do a Minecraft. Let's do one. Okay,
I want to definitely do it. I mean, I'm going to travel on the 25th. I doubt we'll be able to do it in the next couple of weeks, right? But maybe.
Why not? I mean, let me know if you want to do it in the next couple of weeks. We'll do it in the next couple of weeks. It's cool.
Yeah, sure. I mean, honestly, anytime's great. Yeah,
Cool.
Okay.
Drop me a message then, and we'll and then we'll connect from there. Right, so we'll take it from there. Cool.
Sure. It was lovely.
Mohammed, it's been epic. Likewise, it's been wonderful and as always refreshing. to speak to you and hear that.
It's been a great start to my morning anyway. So that's yeah.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Well, you get on with your day. Don't disturb those other guests as much. Let them be.
Don't worry.
Right. Take care, man.
They're far away from me.
Allahu Akbar. Take care, man. Stay blessed. Assalamu alaikum. Much love. People, that was Mohammed Wilkinson, and we've gone on way too long. Whoa, we got to wrap this up. So, guys, it's been epic. Shukran. I really do love, honestly, just sometimes what happens is the day comes Wednesday and it ends up being hectic. And I think, oh, God, and once I get started, I really do love it. I love the interactions. I love just sharing that space. It is space. It's a shared space between us all. And yeah, and it just the feel of it. It is nourishing in its way. So may Allah bless it. And shukran for all of you, all of your love, support, kind words, thoughts, questions. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, then get straight onto it, people. Don't waste your time. Click the notification bell. YouTube, I noticed it's going up, so Allahu Akbar. Let's spread that love, keep it going. Those of you that want to go to Patreon and show some extra love there, you're more than welcome to do so. And those who want to participate in that, because Patreon is it's a participatory kind of platform as well. So ranging from either joining the Discord server, which is called Mindscape, to right up to one-to-one perspective sessions. It's all available. It's all there. Guys, take very good care of yourselves. May Allah bless you all. Keep smiling. Have an awesome day wherever you are. وأوصيكم أن تتفانوا بحب الله قبل أن تفنوا بحكم الله وسلام الله عليكم وخدا.